Before the world learned to measure seasons in calendars printed on paper, before time was counted in anything but the slow dance between shadow and light, between the growing warmth and the coming cold, there stood a temple carved into Malta's coastal cliffs, where spring and autumn announced themselves with geometric precision that seems almost miraculous, that still staggers engineers who study it, that still challenges our understanding of what Stone Age peoples could achieve without the tools, without the instruments, without the accumulated knowledge that we assume are necessary for such accuracy. Mnajdra. The name itself feels ancient in the mouth, feels like a word from a language that died so long ago that even its linguistic family cannot be identified, that even its relationship to other tongues remains mysterious, remains debated, remains uncertain despite all our philological sophistication, all our comparative linguistics, all our careful scholarship that can trace language families back thousands of years, but cannot reach far enough to capture the tongue that first named this temple, that first spoke the prayers offered here, that first described what the builders accomplished when they positioned these stones with such care, such precision, such obvious intention. Here, on the equinox mornings when day and night hold equal claim to existence, when the sun crosses the celestial equator making day precisely equal to night everywhere on Earth simultaneously, when the cosmos achieves a balance that feels somehow significant, somehow worthy of marking, somehow deserving of permanent monument here, sunlight enters the temple's doorway and travels down the corridor with the certainty of a promise kept across 5,000 years, with the reliability of mathematics made manifest, with the proof that human observation and calculation can create permanence, can encode knowledge in forms that outlast memory, that continue functioning when all context is lost. The beam strikes the edge of a megalith, not the center the edge. The precision is extraordinary, is the kind of accuracy that suggests not lucky accident but careful planning, sustained observation, mathematical understanding that we can verify through modern instruments, but that the builders achieved through methods we can only partially reconstruct, through patience we struggle to imagine, through dedication that seems almost superhuman, until we remember they were human, were as capable as we are, differed from us not in intelligence, but only in accumulated knowledge, only in the technologies available, only in the frameworks they used to understand what they observed. The light declares through its arrival, through its precise positioning, through its annual return to this exact spot. The builders understood balance, understood the moment when the cosmos achieves perfect equilibrium before tipping toward longer days or longer nights, before committing to the progression that makes summer or makes winter, before the slow slide toward one extreme or the other. The equinox is pivot point, is turning moment, is instant of perfect balance that cannot be sustained, that exists only momentarily before the tipping resumes, before the pattern continues. Who were they? These astronomers in stone who possessed no telescopes, yet read the heavens with such precision. What drove them to spend the effort, to invest the labor, to organize communities around the project of encoding celestial mathematics into architecture? What did they believe about the equinox? Did they see it as religious moment, as time when the boundary between human and divine became permeable, when the balance between light and dark reflected some cosmic principle that governed all existence? Or did they understand it more practically, as calendrical marker that helped determine planting times, harvest schedules, the organization of agricultural year that determined survival? Perhaps the question is false. Perhaps they would not have distinguished between religious and practical, between sacred and utilitarian, between worship and agriculture in ways we do. Perhaps for them the equinox was simultaneously spiritual moment and practical marker, was both religious event and astronomical observation, was occasion that unified what we fragment, that held together what we separate, that made the marking of celestial events into act of devotion that served practical purposes, while honoring cosmic patterns that seemed that are worthy of reverence regardless of their utility. What called them to arrange these megaliths in patterns that honor celestial movements, that create spaces for rituals whose nature we can only imagine through the accumulated silence, through the weathered stones, through the chambers that still stand but no longer echo with prayers, with chants, with whatever sounds accompanied the moment when the equinox light struck its target, when the annual appointment was kept, when proof arrived that the cosmos was reliable, that patterns continued. That faith in celestial order was justified. The temple opens itself twice yearly, becomes what it was always meant to be, not just building but instrument, not just stone but calendar, not just architecture but conversation between human observation and cosmic movement, between patient watching and the slow procession of celestial events that govern seasons, that make agriculture possible, that create the reliable patterns upon which settled civilization depends, upon which temple-building communities can exist at all. In spring, the light announces, winter is ending, warmth is returning, life is resuming after the dormancy that threatened to become permanent but did not, proved once again to be temporary, proved once again that the patterns hold, that trust in cycles is warranted, that preparation for planting is justified because the sun is returning, is strengthening, is promising through its position that growth will be possible, that seeds will sprout, that harvest will come if humans do their part, if they plant at proper time, if they maintain right relationship with the rhythms that govern existence. In autumn, the light announces, summer is ending, cold is approaching, the time of abundance is yielding to the time of scarcity. The season of growth is giving way to the season of preservation. The moment has arrived to gather what has been grown, to store what must sustain through the coming darkness, to prepare for the long months when the earth will sleep, when growth will pause, when survival will depend on having prepared adequately, having stored sufficiently, having maintained the knowledge and the discipline that winter requires. The light that touches the megalith edge today is the same light that touched it when the temple was new. Is photons that traveled from sun to earth in 8 minutes, that entered this doorway because 5,000 years ago someone calculated where the doorway should face. Someone determined with remarkable precision where the megalith should stand. Someone organized the labor to move stones weighing tons, to position them exactly, to create this moment of illumination that still occurs, that still proves the builders succeeded, that still testifies to their skill and knowledge and determination. We approach with questions, but the temple offers only this: light and shadow, stone and sky, the eternal conversation between earth and cosmos that requires no words, no explanation, only presence, only witnessing, only the humility to stand before what we can measure but never fully understand. We can verify the alignment, can confirm its precision, can calculate that the margin of error is minimal, that the stones are positioned as accurately as modern survey equipment could position them, that the builders achieved what we would struggle to achieve even with our advantages. But we cannot know what it meant to them, cannot recover the prayers spoken when the light struck true, cannot resurrect the beliefs that made this moment sacred, that made the extraordinary effort worthwhile, that sustained the work across the years, the decades required to complete the temple, to perfect the alignment, to create permanence from observation and calculation, and the faith that marking the equinox mattered enough to build for, mattered enough to preserve in stone arrangements that would outlast everything else, that would continue marking the balance long after the markers were forgotten, long after the reasons for marking had dissolved into mystery. The temple teaches by being, teaches through the light that still comes, teaches through the precision that still functions. It teaches through the simple, undeniable fact that 5,000 years ago, humans looked at the sky, marked the patterns, calculated the positions, built the temple, aligned the stones and got it right, got it so right that the alignment still works, still captures the equinox light, still proves that human observation and determination can create permanence. can mark what matters, can build thresholds where sky and stone converse, where light and shadow dance the ancient dance of balance, where twice each year the cosmos pauses in perfect equilibrium before the turning resumes, before the patterns continue, before life proceeds according to rhythms older than consciousness, but younger than the cosmos itself. Rhythms that Mnajdra marks, that its builders honored, that we can still witness if we come at the right moment, if we stand in the right place, if we open ourselves to what 5,000 years of silence and stone preserve the possibility that understanding exists. That knowledge accumulates, that human minds can comprehend cosmic patterns well enough to mark them, to honor them, to build temples that say what words cannot say. We were here, we watched, we understood, and what we understood deserves remembering, deserves preserving, deserves this temple that stands still, that welcomes the light still, that keeps the appointment still, that teaches still what the builders knew, that balance exists, that patterns continue, that the equinox returns each year like ancient promise, like cosmic reassurance, like proof that some things endure when everything else passes, when civilizations rise and fall, when beliefs change and gods depart, when everything human returns to dust except the stones, the alignments, the light that still comes, still strikes, still illuminates the megalith edge in perfect balance, in eternal return, in testimony to human capability, to our capacity for understanding, to our determination to mark what matters and to build it to last. The gateway stands open. The light knows the way. And somewhere in the space between ancient calculation and present witnessing, between what was built and why it still functions, the Temple of Mnajdra continues teaching what it has always taught. That we can know, that we can mark, that we can build permanence from starlight and stone. That balance exists however briefly, and that honoring that balance through temples aligned to capture it is somehow essential, somehow necessary, somehow worth every effort that moving megaliths requires, that calculating alignments demands, that creating permanence from observation and faith, and the simple determination to mark the equinox justifies, validates, makes meaningful across 5,000 years of light and shadow, stone and sky, the eternal conversation that Mnajdra preserves, that its doorway frames, that its chambers embrace, that we witness still when we stand where the builders stood, when we watch for the light they calculated, when we see what they saw and feel what they must have felt, wonder at cosmic order, gratitude for patterns that continue, reverence for the mystery that makes temples necessary, that makes astronomy into worship. That makes the equinox gateway into threshold between earth and heaven, between human time and cosmic time, between the balance that cannot be sustained and the turning that never ceases, between the light that comes and the shadow that waits, between the stone that remembers and the silence that teaches, between what we know and what we wonder, between the certainty of measurement and the mystery of meaning, between the temple that stands and the questions that remain, beautiful and unanswered and somehow sufficient, somehow complete in their incompleteness, somehow teaching more through their persistence than any answer could teach through its resolution. Beneath Mnajdra's weathered exterior, beyond the precision of its solar alignments, beyond the equinox light that draws most attention, lies a deeper mystery, chambers that spiral inward like shells, like the golden ratio made manifest in limestone, like the sacred geometry that governs galaxies and seashells alike. That appears in nature and in human architecture when builders understand proportions that feel right not through calculation, but through intuition, through the accumulated aesthetic wisdom that recognizes harmony when it encounters it, that creates beauty through ratios that mathematics can describe, but human minds respond to directly, immediately, without needing to understand why these proportions please, why these curves satisfy something deep in consciousness that responds to pattern, to rhythm, to the relationships between space and form that Mnajdra's chambers embody. The walls do not meet at right angles, do not create the rectilinear spaces that would characterize later architecture, that would define Greek temples and Roman forums, that would become the default geometry for sacred spaces in the Mediterranean world. Here, in this older temple, in this more ancient vision, everything curves, everything flows. The walls embrace rather than divide, create spaces that feel organic rather than constructed, that seem to grow from the stone rather than being imposed upon it, that suggest the temple is not separate from nature, but is nature shaped according to principles that govern growth, that determine form, that make spirals appear in everything from nautilus shells to spiral galaxies. Stand within these chambers, and you feel enclosed but not confined. Feel held but not imprisoned. The curved walls create intimacy without creating claustrophobia, create shelter without creating separation from the cosmos that the temple exists to observe, to mark, to honor through architecture that participates in cosmic patterns rather than merely observing them from outside. That embodies in its very structure the same mathematical relationships that govern celestial movements, that make planets orbit in ellipses, that make galaxies spiral according to ratios that Mnajdra's chambers echo. Reflect, manifest in limestone and careful planning, and the builder's understanding intuitive or calculated, instinctive or deliberate that form matters, that proportion creates meaning, that curves can be sacred. It is said that the builders aligned these chambers not just to the sun, but to the stars, to specific constellations that held meanings we can only guess, that carried significance we cannot recover because the star lore is lost, because the myths that explained which constellations mattered and why have dissolved into the silence that claims most human stories eventually, inevitably, absolutely. But the alignment remains can be measured, can be verified, can prove that certain chambers point toward certain stellar positions, that apertures in the walls frame specific stars at specific times, that the temple functioned not just as solar observatory, but as stellar instrument, as device for tracking not just the sun's journey but the stars' positions, the slow procession of constellations across the night sky, the patterns that ancient peoples knew as intimately as we know the patterns on our screens, that they watched as attentively as we watch our technologies, that they memorized because memory was the only storage available, because without writing, the knowledge lived only in minds that would die, in traditions that would end unless continuously passed from elder to youth, from master to apprentice, from generation to generation across the centuries required to accumulate the observations that made Mnajdra possible. The stellar alignments required generations, required patient watching across decades, across lifetimes, across the spans needed to detect the slow movements that individual observation cannot capture, that only accumulated records can reveal, that only communities committed to sustaining knowledge across time can preserve. The precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble in Earth's axis that changes which stars appear at which positions over cycles lasting thousands of years, could only be detected through observations maintained across centuries, through knowledge preserved long enough that the changes became visible, became measurable, became evidence that the cosmos itself evolves, that even the eternal stars shift positions when viewed from perspectives spanning sufficient time. Did the Mnajdra builders detect precession? Did they track it across generations? Did they understand that the stellar positions were changing, that the constellations they observed appeared in slightly different places than their ancestors had observed them, that the sky itself was not fixed but was slowly, almost imperceptibly, shifting? We cannot know. The evidence is suggestive but not conclusive. The alignments hint at knowledge sophisticated enough to track such movements, but we cannot prove the builders understood what they tracked, cannot confirm they possessed the theoretical framework to explain what they observed, can only note that they built with precision that suggests deliberate purpose, that implies sustained observation, that proves they cared about stellar positions enough to encode them in architecture, to create chambers that framed specific stars. and to build apertures that allowed specific constellations to be viewed from specific positions at specific times. In the deepest chamber, farthest from daylight, the darkness is absolute, is not mere absence of light, but is presence of a particular kind, is the darkness that makes stars visible, that makes the invisible visible, that creates the conditions necessary for seeing what ordinary daylight obscures, what our light-polluted modern skis rarely allow us to witness the full glory of the night sky as ancient peoples knew it, as they watched it, as they learned to read it like we read books, finding in the patterns stories and calendars and navigation aids and religious meanings and practical purposes all intertwined, all unified in the simple act of watching sky, of noting patterns, of marking what mattered. Did the priests, if priests there were, enter this darkness-seeking visions? Did they lie on the stone floor of the innermost chamber, gazing upward through precisely positioned apertures, watching specific stars appear at specific moments, reading cosmic messages in celestial movements? Did they fast? Did they pray? Did they prepare themselves through ritual purification for encounters with divine powers they believed dwelt in or governed from the stellar realm? From the fixed stars that seemed eternal compared to the wandering planets? From the constellations that returned year after year to the same positions, that provided the only reliable calendar available before writing, before mechanical clocks, before the technologies that make modern timekeeping so precise, so disconnected from celestial movements that most of us could not determine the date from the stars if our devices failed, could not tell time from the sun if our watches stopped. The chambers keep their secrets, offer their curves without explaining why curves mattered, present their alignments without declaring what they aligned to beyond the obvious sun and the suspected stars. We can measure the geometry, can analyze the proportions, can note that certain mathematical relationships appear repeatedly in the architecture relationships that suggest the golden ratio, that hint at Fibonacci sequences, that imply understanding of sacred geometry that many cultures have discovered independently. That seems to emerge whenever humans contemplate proportion, whenever builders seek harmony, whenever architecture attempts to embody cosmic principles in physical form. But measurements cannot recover meanings, cannot tell us what the builders believed about the stars they tracked, cannot resurrect the stories they told about the constellations they marked, cannot explain why certain stellar positions mattered enough to determine where chambers would be positioned, where apertures would be placed, where the innermost sanctuary would be oriented. The physical evidence preserves the what but cannot recover the why, cannot restore context, cannot make us understand through the builder's categories rather than through our own, cannot bridge the gap between their worldview and ours completely, can only suggest, can only hint, can only invite speculation that acknowledges its own limitations, its own uncertainty, its own distance from the actual beliefs and practices that made Mnajdra meaningful to its builders and users. We trace the spiraling path inward, follow the curved walls as they guide movement, as they create journey rather than mere access, as they make approaching the innermost chamber into procession, into ritual passage, into gradual transition from the outer world to the inner sanctum where the darkness waits, where the stars can be seen through stone apertures, where consciousness might encounter what it came seeking: vision or knowledge or communion with powers believed to dwell in stellar realm, believed to influence earthly affairs, believed to deserve the extraordinary effort that temple building requires, the sustained observation that stellar alignment demands, the faith that what happens in the heavens matters for what happens on earth, that the stars are not indifferent lights, but are participants in meaning, are elements in cosmic order that includes humanity, that makes human observation matter, that makes temples necessary, makes astronomy sacred, makes the curved chambers into pathways toward truth that can be seen but not possessed, that can be witnessed but not controlled, that can be honored through architecture but can never be fully comprehended through any framework human minds construct. The chambers spiral inward toward what? Toward darkness, toward stars, toward the heart of the mystery that made Mnajdra necessary, that made its builders invest such effort, that made the community sustain the project across the years required to complete it, across the generations needed to accumulate the knowledge that made precise alignment possible, across the span of collective commitment that creating permanence requires, that building for eternity demands, that honoring the cosmos through architecture that will outlast belief, outlast memory, outlast everything except the stones and the alignments and the simple enduring fact that someone cared enough to build this, to build it carefully, to build it to last, to build chambers that curve toward the constellation's heart, toward the stellar realm that ancient peoples watched and wondered about and wove into their understanding of existence, into their explanations of meaning, into their attempts to make sense of consciousness and cosmos, of human briefly wondering about inhuman vastness, of mortality contemplating eternity, of earthbound eyes seeking stellar wisdom, of stone chambers reaching toward distant light that has traveled for years, for centuries, for millennia to arrive here, to enter through these apertures, to illuminate these darknesses, to prove that connection exists between earth and star, between stone and light, between human architecture and cosmic pattern, between the chambers that curve inward and the constellations that wheel overhead in their eternal dance. In their patient procession, in their teaching that we can witness but never master, that we can mark but never control, that we can honor through temples that curve toward their heart, that spiral inward to the darkness where stars appear, where light pierces, where the cosmos reveals itself to those willing to enter the chamber, to wait in the darkness, to watch for the stars that the builders marked, that the apertures frame, that the alignment captures and offers still. Offers to anyone patient enough to sit in the chamber, to let eyes adjust to darkness, to watch for the light that comes from such distance, that carries such time in its photons, that arrives in chambers curved to receive it, shaped to honor it, positioned to mark it across 5,000 years of stars appearing. Constellations wheeling, the slow procession continuing whether we watch or not, but somehow becoming more complete when consciousness witnesses, when awareness notices, when understanding deepens enough to build chambers that curve toward the heart of what we seek, toward the center of what we wonder about, toward the cosmic patterns that govern everything yet reveal themselves only to those who watch, who wait, who build temples with chambers that spiral inward toward the darkness where stars speak, where light teaches, where the mystery preserves itself while offering itself, while inviting approach, while withholding final revelation, while creating the possibility of understanding without providing the guarantee, while making temples necessary precisely because certainty is impossible, precisely because the cosmos exceeds our comprehension, precisely because the constellation's heart can be approached but never possessed, can be honored but never mastered, can be marked through architecture that curves inward, that spirals toward center, that creates chambers where darkness and light collaborate in teaching what words cannot teach, what measurements cannot capture, what understanding cannot exhaust the simple mystery that stars exist, that patterns emerge, that consciousness can recognize what it cannot explain, that temples can mark what they cannot contain, that chambers can curve toward hearts they can never reach, can honor what they can never hold, can preserve in stone and spiral and careful alignment the possibility of connection, of meaning, of understanding that deepens as it acknowledges its limits, that grows as it accepts its boundaries, that becomes wisdom precisely when it abandons certainty and embraces the beautiful uncertainty that makes seeking worthwhile, that makes chambers curve inward, that makes temples necessary, that makes Mnajdra matter still teach, still preserve the path toward the constellation's heart that lies forever ahead, forever beckoning, forever worth approaching even when we know we'll never arrive, even when we understand the journey matters more than any destination. Even when the curved chambers teach by leading us inward toward mystery that cannot be solved, toward darkness that makes stars visible, toward the heart that pulses still in distant constellations, in ancient stones, in the space between them where temples live, where meaning dwells, where the spiral continues turning inward toward what we seek, what we honor, what we can never quite reach but can always keep approaching, always keep marking, always keep building chambers to honor, to preserve, to offer to all who come after, who follow the curve inward, who seek the constellation's heart, who find in seeking what answers could never provide connection, wonder, the sacred possibility that consciousness and cosmos converse, that stone and star align, that chambers curved with care create pathways toward truth that lives in darkness, that dwells in light, that teaches through the journey inward where the spiral leads, where the builders intended, where we follow still. The megaliths of Mnajdra are not uniform, not in color, not in texture, not in the stories they carry in their substance, in their very molecular structure, in the history written into limestone that began forming millions of years before humans walked upright, before consciousness emerged, before anything existed that could look at stone and see not just material but meaning, not just resource but sacred substance, not just building material but memory made solid. Time compressed into blocks that hands could touch, that effort could move, that faith could position with precision that still astounds those who study these temples, who measure these alignments, who try to understand how peoples without metal tools, without wheeled vehicles, without the accumulated engineering knowledge that we take for granted, could achieve what Mnajdra represents, what its stones embody, what their careful arrangement preserves. Some stones bear the honey color of local limestone, golden in certain lights, cream in others, the color of Mediterranean afternoons, of sunlight on cliffs, of the island itself made vertical, made architectural, made into walls and chambers, and the sacred geometries that Mnajdra's builders created from Malta's living rock, from the substance of the island transformed into temple, into observatory, into the permanent record of observation and calculation, and faith that what the builders were creating would matter, would endure, would continue teaching long after they were gone. But other stones show different character, the gray-green patina of Globigerina limestone that whispers of ocean depths, of time when Malta was beneath the waves, when the Mediterranean covered what is now island, when the stone itself was being formed from countless shells of microscopic creatures called foraminifera, from the slow accumulation of death becoming sediment, becoming rock, becoming temple. These stones carry the sea's memory in their substance, carry in their very composition the evidence of transformation, of pressure and time doing their patient work of turning life into stone, turning the calcium carbonate of tiny shells into solid rock that would eventually rise above the waves, would become island, would be quarried by humans who may or may not have understood what they were working with, but who nonetheless selected these particular stones for their particular properties, for qualities that made them suitable for the work at hand. It is said the builders understood the stone's origins, understood they were working with ocean's memory made solid, with time compressed into blocks they could touch and shape and position. Whether they understood through what we would call scientific knowledge, through observation of fossils, through recognition that the shells embedded in stone indicated oceanic origin, or whether they understood through mythic knowledge, through stories that explained the stones as gifts from sea gods, as remnants of primordial floods, as physical evidence of creation narratives that modern minds would categorize as religion rather than geology, but that served the same purpose. Making sense of the world, explaining origins, creating frameworks for understanding what exists and how it came to be. The selection of stones was not random. Modern analysis can detect differences in density, in acoustic properties, in the way different limestone varieties respond to shaping, to weathering, to the stresses that megalithic construction imposes. Each megalith was chosen for specific properties, for specific qualities that the builders recognized through means we can only partly reconstruct through touching stone, until its nature revealed itself, through striking stone to hear its resonance, through working stone across enough generations that accumulated wisdom taught which varieties served which purposes, which stones sang when struck and which remained mute, which stones could bear weight and which would fracture under pressure, which stones would weather gracefully and which would erode too quickly to justify the effort of positioning them. The knowledge was not written, was passed from master to apprentice through demonstration, through hands-on teaching, through the patient transmission of understanding that could be shown but perhaps not fully explained, that could be practiced but not reduced to principles that words could capture, that formulas could express, that texts could preserve. When the tradition ended, when the last master died without suitable apprentice, when the accumulated wisdom finally broke its chain of transmission, the knowledge was lost not entirely, because the stones themselves preserve evidence, because the temple testifies to what the builders knew even if it cannot tell us how they knew it, but lost enough that we must rediscover through analysis what they knew through tradition, must measure what they felt, must calculate what they intuited. Some stones sing when struck, resonate at frequencies that suggest intentional acoustic design, that hint the temple was not just visual instrument for tracking celestial events, but was also sonic space where sound behaved strangely, beautifully, powerfully. Strike certain megaliths with stone or wood, and they produce tones that linger, that create harmonics, that fill the chambers with sound that feels sacred even when we understand its physical causes, even when we can explain through acoustics and resonance and the properties of limestone why these particular stones produce these particular tones. Did the builders select these stones specifically for their acoustic properties? Did they test blocks in the quarry by striking them, by listening to their resonance, by choosing the stones that sang most beautifully, most powerfully, most appropriately for the sacred purposes the temple would serve? Or did the acoustic properties emerge accidentally, were discovered after construction, became incorporated into ceremonies that adapted to what the architecture offered rather than what it was designed to provide? We cannot know with certainty. Can only note that the singing stones exist, that they resonate in ways that suggest either intentional selection or remarkable fortune, that they create sonic environment unlike ordinary spaces, that they make Mnajdra into instrument as well as observatory, into place where sound and light and stone collaborate in creating experiences that ancient worshippers would have interpreted as divine manifestation, as proof that the temple was truly sacred space, as confirmation that the gods were present in the resonance, in the light that entered at calculated moments, in the stones that sang when struck, in the entire environment that careful construction created. The stones that sing carry particular memory, carry not just the general oceanic origin that all Globigerina limestone shares, but carry the specific acoustic potential that their density, their grain, their internal structure happens to provide. They are simultaneously ancient and immediate, simultaneously remnants of Miocene seas and present instruments that anyone can strike and hear, that anyone can make sing today as they sang 5,000 years ago when the builders first discovered their properties, first struck them experimentally, first heard the resonance and understood what? That these stones were special, that their song was sacred, that they should be incorporated into the temple not despite their acoustic strangeness, but because of it, because the singing proved they were suitable for sacred purposes, because the resonance was itself evidence of divine presence, of cosmic harmony manifesting through limestone that began as countless tiny deaths in ancient ocean and became through pressure and time and tectonic uplift the material from which temples could be built, from which instruments could be created, from which permanence could be achieved. We run our hands along the megalith surfaces. Feel the textures that distinguish one stone from another, that mark different limestone varieties, that preserve in their surfaces the fossil evidence of their origins, the tiny shells still visible, still recognizable as shells despite being compressed into solid rock, despite having become part of larger structure, despite having lost their individual identity, but contributed their substance to the collective whole, to the stone that contains multitudes, that preserves in its mass the evidence of uncountable lives, of organisms that existed and died and became sediment that became rock that became temple. Imagine the builders making these same assessments, running their hands along quarried blocks, feeling for qualities they had learned to recognize, selecting stones through touch and sight and sound, and the accumulated wisdom that years of working stone develops, that creates understanding beyond what can be verbalized, that makes expert practitioners capable of judgments that seem intuitive, but are actually the product of long experience, of knowledge so deeply embodied it operates below conscious thought. That makes selection seem easy, obvious, natural when in fact it represents the culmination of skills developed across generations, preserved through careful teaching, maintained through the continuity of tradition that kept the knowledge alive, that made Mnajdra possible. The stones were carried not easily, not quickly, not without extraordinary effort that required organization, cooperation, the mobilization of community resources toward goal that offered no immediate survival benefit, that consumed labor that might have been directed toward food production, toward building shelters, toward the practical necessities that sustain life, but that the community nonetheless chose to direct toward temple building, toward the creation of permanent monument to observation and calculation and faith that what they were marking mattered, that the celestial patterns deserved honoring through architecture that would endure, that would continue functioning, that would preserve in stone and careful alignment what memory alone could not protect from forgetting, what oral tradition alone could not guarantee would survive across the generations, across the centuries, across the vast span of time that separates the builders from us who stand before their achievement wondering how they did it, why they did it, what it meant to them that we can no longer fully recover despite all our analysis, all our measurements, all our scholarly sophistication. From quarry to temple, the stones traveled, were extracted using methods we can partly reconstruct wooden wedges driven into natural fissures, then wetted so they would swell and split the rock along desired planes. Stone hammers and bone tools patiently pecking away at the limestone until blocks of suitable size were freed from the bedrock. The slow, patient work of Stone Age quarrying that required time we cannot imagine investing, that required patience our instant gratification culture struggles to comprehend, that required faith that the effort would be worthwhile, that the stones would eventually stand in their appointed positions, that the temple would eventually function as designed, that the investment would be justified by results that might not be seen for years, for decades, that might not be completed within the lifetimes of those who began the work, but would require the faith that successors would continue, would maintain the vision, would complete what predecessors started. Then transport the even greater challenge of moving stones weighing tons across the landscape, from quarries to building site, across terrain that offered no smooth roads, no level surfaces, that required ingenuity and organization, and sheer physical effort on scales that test our understanding of what humans without machines can accomplish. What communities without industrial technology can achieve through nothing but muscle and leverage, and the clever application of simple tools, wooden rollers, perhaps. That the stones could be moved across, ropes made from plant fibers, wound and twisted until they were strong enough to bear the weight, earthen ramps that allowed stones to be raised to their final positions. The accumulated techniques that megalithic builders worldwide seem to have discovered independently, that represent solutions that human ingenuity finds when motivation is sufficient, when the goal is clear, when the community commits itself to achievement that requires pushing the boundaries of what seems possible. The stones stand now where they were placed 5 millennia ago. Stand as testimony to effort, to knowledge, to the determination that made Mnajdra real, that transformed vision into architecture, that carried the sea's memory from the quarry to the temple, from the depths of geological time to the moment of human construction, from the oceanic formation to the stellar alignment, from stone's origins to stone's purpose, from what it was compressed shells, ocean floor, sedimentary accumulation to what it became temple, instrument, permanent marker of celestial events, singing stones that carry in their substance the memory of ancient seas, and in their arrangement the knowledge of ancient astronomers who understood that what came from the ocean could be positioned to mark the stars, who understood that stone was both material and meaning, who understood that megaliths were both physical objects and sacred substances, who carried them with such effort because what they built would outlast everything else, would preserve when all other forms of preservation failed, would stand when beliefs changed and languages died, and the builders themselves became nameless, became anonymous, became nothing but the achievement they left behind, the stones that sing, the chambers that curve, the alignments that function, the temple that endures, carrying still the sea's memory, preserving still the builder's knowledge, offering still the possibility that stone and star can converse, that ocean's depth and heaven's height can meet in architecture that honors both, That marks their connection. That makes visible and permanent what observation revealed, what calculation confirmed, what faith insisted could be built and built to last, and built so carefully that 5,000 years later the stones still stand, still sing, still carry the memory of seas that gave them substance, and the memory of hands that gave them purpose, that moved them from quarry to temple, from geological formation to astronomical function, from the depths where tiny shells became stone to the heights where stone marks stars, from the sea's memory to the cosmos's teaching, from origin to destination, from what they were to what they became through human vision, human effort, human faith that stone could be made sacred, that megaliths could teach, that temples built from the sea's memory could last long enough to keep teaching what they were built to teach, that patterns exist, that understanding is possible, that what we mark matters, that stones carried with such effort from such depths to mark such heights prove something essential about human nature, about our need to understand, our compulsion to mark what matters, our determination to create permanence from stone and starlight, and the sacred possibility that consciousness and cosmos meet, that awareness and pattern align, that we who came from the sea can build from its memory temples that mark the stars, that carry in their stones both origin and aspiration, both depth and height, both the past that made us and the future we reach toward, both the sea's patient formation and the stars' patient positions, both what gave us substance and what gives us meaning, both the memory we carry and the knowledge we create, both what we were and what we became when we started carrying stones from the sea's memory toward the constellation's heart, when we started building temples from ocean's depth to mark heaven's height, when we started making Mnajdra real, making permanence from limestone and faith, and the simple determination to honor what deserves honoring, to mark what deserves marking, to carry the sea's memory upward toward the light, toward the stars, toward the alignments that still function, toward the teaching that still continues, toward the stones that still sing when struck, that still resonate with the memory of ancient seas and ancient builders, and the eternal connection between depth and height, between ocean and star, between the stones that were carried and the purpose they serve, between the sea's memory and the cosmos's teaching, between what we came from and what we reach toward, between the limestone that remembers and the temple that preserves, between the singing and the silence, between the stones and the stars, between memory and meaning, between all that was carried and all that remains. Below the main structures of Mnajdra, closer to the sea that has always been Malta's companion and threat, closer to the cliffs where waves break against ancient stone, closer to the elemental boundary between land and water, between solid and liquid, between the stability that temples require and the chaos that oceans embody below. The lower temple waits in its greater antiquity, its older alignment, its more primal relationship with celestial movements that govern seasons, that mark time's passage, that create the patterns upon which all agricultural civilizations depend, all settled communities rely. All temple-building cultures must understand if they are to survive, to prosper, to create the surplus that makes monuments possible, that makes astronomy into religion, that makes tracking the sun's position into sacred duty, whose neglect might anger gods, or might simply result in mistyming planting, in misreading seasons, in the practical disasters that ancient peoples might attribute to divine displeasure, but that modern understanding recognizes as simple consequences of misunderstanding natural cycles, of failing to read the sky correctly, of missing the markers that make agriculture reliable, predictable, capable of sustaining populations large enough to build temples, to support specialist astronomers, to maintain the knowledge that makes precise alignments achievable. Here the doorways face different angles, track different moments, mark different transitions in the sun's yearly journey from north to south and back again. From the summer solstice, when the sun rises at its furthest northern point, to the winter solstice, when it rises at its furthest southern point. From the longest day to the longest night, from maximum light to maximum darkness, from the zenith of growth to the nadir of dormancy, from the moment when the sun seems to pause before turning back solstice, from the Latin sol sister, sun standing still from the point of maximum deviation back toward the equilibrium of equinox, back toward balance, back toward the center, back toward the patterns that govern existence whether we mark them or not, but that marking somehow makes more real, makes more meaningful, makes more bearable when we can predict them. When we can know that the darkening will end, that the sun will return, that winter's bleakness is temporary, that spring will come because the patterns hold, because cosmic order persists, because the temple's alignment proves it, demonstrates it, makes it visible each year when the light enters as calculated, when the sun rises where the builders predicted it would rise, when the solstice arrives on schedule, reliable as mathematics, certain as stone. At winter solstice dawned the darkest moment of the year, the longest night, the point when ancient peoples must have wondered whether the sun would ever return, whether the light would ever strengthen, whether the darkness that had been growing day by day for 6 months might continue forever, might claim the world permanently at this moment of maximum fear, maximum uncertainty, maximum need for reassurance. The sun rises at its furthest southern point on the horizon, sends beam through the doorway of the lower temple, penetrates deep into the sanctuary with light that has traveled not just from horizon to temple, but has traveled from the darkest moment of the year toward the promise of returning warmth, toward the guarantee that cycles continue, toward the proof that faith in patterns is justified, that trust in cosmic order is warranted, that the sun will return as it has always returned, as it will always return until the cosmos itself ends, until the patterns finally fail, until the sun finally dies, but not today, not this year, not while the solstice light enters the temple and illuminates the altar stone with proof that the turning has occurred, that the sun's southern journey has reached its limit, that tomorrow it will rise slightly further north, that the days will gradually lengthen, that winter will eventually yield to spring, however slowly, however imperceptibly at first. However much faith is required to believe in spring's eventual arrival, when snow still falls and cold still kills and darkness still dominates. The beam's arrival is promise, is reassurance, is proof that cycles continue, that faith in patterns is justified, that cosmic order persists despite human fears, despite the darkness that threatens, despite the cold that kills, despite everything that makes winter dangerous, makes it deadly, makes it the season when survival is uncertain, when stored food must last until planting can resume, when the community's preparation will be tested, when faith that spring will return is not mere sentiment, but is necessary conviction without which the psychological burden of winter might become unbearable, might break the spirit before the cold breaks the body, might destroy hope before famine destroys flesh. The lower temple feels older not just chronologically, though carbon dating confirms it predates the upper structures, though archaeological evidence demonstrates it was built first, was the original temple to which later additions were made, but feels older spiritually, feels closer to the original impulse that made humans look at the sky and see not just light but meaning, not just sun but divine presence, not just patterns but purposes that included humanity. That made human observation matter, that suggested the cosmos noticed when humans noticed, that the act of building temples to mark celestial events was somehow participation in cosmic order rather than mere observation of it. Stand in the lower temple as twilight approaches. Stand where winter's dawn will enter in its season. Try to imagine what standing here 5,000 winters ago would have meant, would have felt like, when the light's return was not understood through astronomy, through the measured tilt of Earth's axis, through the geometric relationship between planet and star, through the mechanical explanations that make modern understanding possible, but through myth, through story, through belief that gods controlled the sun and could be persuaded through proper ritual, through proper offerings, through proper architecture to continue blessing the world with warmth and light and the possibility of life, to continue making spring follow winter, to continue maintaining the patterns upon which everything depends, upon which civilization rests, upon which the temple itself exists, because without the sun's reliable return, there would be no agriculture, no surplus, no population large enough to support temple building, no community capable of investing the resources that Mnajdra represents, no observers patient enough to accumulate the knowledge that precise alignment requires. The light that enters the lower temple at winter solstice is the same light that entered 5,000 solstices ago. The photons are different. These particular photons began their journey from sun's core 8 minutes ago, while the photons that illuminated the altar when the temple was new have long since dispersed, have long since scattered, have long since been absorbed by various materials and converted to heat or reflected back towards space or captured by plants through photosynthesis, and transformed into the chemical energy that sustains life. But the light is the same in the ways that matter, in the ways that the temple marks. In the relationship between sun's position and temple's orientation, in the geometric fact that Earth's axial tilt creates seasons, creates the solstice moment, creates the need for temples that mark it, for alignments that capture it, for the proof that arrives each year however darkly the winter has progressed, however much the cold has threatened, however uncertain the spring has seemed. We descend to the lower temple, descend in space and perhaps also in time, approaching the older structure, the more ancient alignment, the more primal relationship with solar movements that the upper temple elaborates but the lower temple establishes, that the later construction refines but the earlier construction creates, that the visible temple above develops but the foundational temple below originates. The descent is physical. The lower temple sits on the slope below the main structure, but feels also metaphorical, feels like approaching origins, like moving backward toward beginnings, like seeking the source from which everything else flows, the foundation upon which everything else rests, the original impulse that made Mnajdra necessary, that made its builders decide this headland, this orientation, this relationship with the Mediterranean below and the cosmos above was where the temple should stand, where the alignments should be positioned, where the solar events should be marked with precision that still functions, that still brings the solstice light through the doorway, that still illuminates the altar, that still proves the builders understood, calculated correctly, built carefully enough that 5,000 winters have not shifted the alignment, have not disrupted the function, have not prevented the light from keeping its appointment, from entering as designed. from proving what it was built to prove that patterns continue. That understanding is possible. That temples carefully aligned to capture solstice light will continue capturing it as long as the stones stand, as long as the doorway remains, as long as the temple endures in forms recognizable enough that the alignment can function, that the light can enter, that the dawn can birth light from shadow precisely where the builders intended, exactly when the solstice arrives, reliably as the cosmos itself. Certainly as mathematics, permanently as stone. The altar waits, has waited through 5,000 winters, has received the solstice light through all those years, through all those cycles, through all the turnings from darkness toward light, from winter toward spring, from the longest night toward the growing days, from the moment of maximum shadow toward the slow accumulation of illumination that makes agriculture possible, that makes life sustainable, that makes civilization achievable. The altar stone is worn by weather, by time, by the patient erosion that affects all stone eventually, but worn also perhaps by use, by the offerings placed here, by the rituals performed here, by the hands that touched it across the centuries when the temple was active, when worshippers came at solstice dawn to witness the light, to celebrate the turning, to offer thanks or petitions or whatever combinations of gratitude and request, characterized their relationship with the powers they believed controlled the sun, governed the seasons, determined whether winter would release its grip, whether spring would arrive as promised, whether the patterns would continue, or whether this winter might be the winter that didn't end, that consumed everything, that proved the patterns were not reliable after all, that faith in cosmic order was misplaced, that the temples were built on false assumptions, that the gods were not listening, were not responding, were not maintaining their part of the bargain that the temples represented, that the architecture embodied, that the alignments attempted to secure. But the light always came at solstice dawn, came as calculated, came with the precision that proved the builders were right, that their understanding was correct, that their faith in patterns was justified, that cosmic order could be trusted, that the mathematics of celestial movements was reliable, that temples carefully positioned would continue functioning, would continue marking the turning, would continue proving that darkness has limits, that winter will end, that the sun will return not through divine intervention necessarily, though ancient peoples likely understood it that way, likely attributed the sun's return to successful ritual, to accepted offerings, to the gods' favor secured through proper worship, through temples built to honor them, through the architecture that marked their patterns, that celebrated their power, that acknowledged human dependence on cosmic forces beyond human control. beyond human influence except perhaps through the temples themselves, through the alignments that suggested humans could participate in cosmic order, could collaborate with divine purposes, could help maintain the patterns through observation, through marking, through the architecture that made celestial mathematics visible, that made astronomical knowledge permanent, that made faith in cosmic order something that could be tested annually, could be verified with each solstice, could be proven with each return of the light to the lower temple's altar stone, to the chamber where darkness gives birth to light, where shadow acknowledges illumination, where winter admits spring's eventual arrival, however distant, however slow, however much patience is required to wait through the cold months, through the dark months, through the time when survival is uncertain, but the temple's alignment is certain, when faith in human endurance is tested, but faith in cosmic patterns is proven, when the community might doubt its ability to survive, but cannot doubt the solstice light's arrival because there it is, there it comes, entering the doorway as predicted, illuminating the altar as designed, proving what needs proving, that the cosmos is ordered, that patterns persist, that understanding is possible, that temples built to mark the sun will continue marking it, that light will birth from shadow each year at solstice dawn, that the lower temple will continue receiving the light it was built to receive, will continue teaching what it was built to teach, will continue proving that some things can be known, can be predicted, can be trusted across 5,000 years of winters, 5,000 solstices, 5,000 dawns when light entered the lower temple and announced to all who witnessed that the turning had occurred, that the darkest moment was past, that the return toward light had begun, that faith was justified, that hope was warranted, that spring would come because the patterns held, because the light arrived, because the temple still functions, still receives, still marks the moment when dawn births light from shadow, when the solstice sun rises at its appointed place, when the beam travels down the corridor, when the altar stone receives the illumination, when proof arrives that what was built 5,000 years ago still works, still teaches, still preserves the knowledge that winter ends, that darkness yields, that light returns, that the lower temple where dawn births light from shadow continues its eternal function, continues its patient teaching, continues offering to all who come at solstice dawn the gift it has always offered, the simple, profound assurance that patterns continue, that cosmos is reliable, that the light will come, that shadow will birth illumination, that the temple knows when, knows where, knows how to receive it, knows how to preserve it, knows how to offer it to anyone willing to descend to the lower temple, to stand where the builders stood, to wait for the dawn that always comes, to witness the light that always arrives, to see what 5,000 years have not diminished, What 5,000 winters have not prevented? What 5,000 solstices have not exhausted the eternal return of light from shadow, of dawn from darkness, of proof from the lower temple that some things endure, that some knowledge persists, that some temples continue teaching what they were built to teach, continue marking what they were built to mark, continue receiving the light at the moment it was meant to arrive, continue proving that dawn births light from shadow reliably, certainly, permanently as long as stone stands, as long as alignment functions, as long as the lower temple endures. Mnajdra does not stand alone, does not occupy its coastal headland in isolation from other sacred architecture, from other astronomical observations, from other attempts to mark cosmic patterns in permanent stone. A few hundred meters uphill, visible from Mnajdra's chambers when the doorways align properly, when the perspective permits, when consciousness remembers to look not just at what is immediately present, but at what exists in relationship, in connection, in the larger pattern that individual temples participate in but cannot fully embody alone uphill. Hagar Kim rises from the same coastal landscape, rises older, rises larger, rises with different orientations that nonetheless complement Mnajdra's alignments, that create together a sacred complex where different approaches to cosmic mystery could coexist, could inform each other, could create wholeness that neither temple alone could achieve. The archaeologists discovered Hagar Kim first, excavated it in 1839 when Mnajdra still lay buried, still weighted beneath the soil that accumulates across millennia, that covers what humans abandon, that protects through concealment what exposure might destroy, that preserves through forgetting what remembering might endanger. Hagar Kim drew attention through its scale, through its goddess figurines, through the obvious sophistication of its architecture that proclaimed this was something significant, something worthy of study, something that challenged assumptions about what Stone Age peoples could achieve, what they could organize, what they could understand and mark and build. But Mnajdra, when finally uncovered, revealed something Hagar Kim did not emphasize, revealed the astronomical precision, the solar and stellar alignments, the pure focus on celestial patterns that makes Mnajdra feel like observatory more than temple, like scientific instrument more than religious shrine, like the work of astronomers who happened to be sacred, or of priests who happened to be scientists, or of some category that our distinction between science and religion cannot adequately capture, cannot properly describe, cannot fit into frameworks that separate what ancient peoples likely unified. The two temples face different directions, mark different events. serve or served different purposes that nonetheless complemented each other, that created together a sacred landscape where sky religion and earth religion could coexist, where stellar observation and fertility worship could inform each other, where masculine orientation toward distant cosmos and feminine orientation toward immediate earth could create spiritual wholeness, could address the full range of human concerns, could honor both the patterns that govern existence from cosmic distances and the patterns that govern existence through biological cycles, through agricultural seasons, through the earthly rhythms that matter as much as celestial rhythms, that require marking as much as solstices and equinoxes require marking, that deserve temples as much as the stars deserve temples. Hagar Kim's goddess figurines those limestone bodies carved to emphasize fertility, abundance, the divine feminine that creates, nurtures, sustains suggest different focus than Mnajdra's astronomical alignments suggest concern with earth rather than sky, with generation rather than observation, with the mysteries of birth and growth, and the cycles that make agriculture possible not through predicting when to plant, but through honoring the powers that make seeds sprout, that make crops grow, that make harvest abundant when the proper relationships are maintained, when the proper offerings are made, when the goddess is honored through temples built to house her image, through rituals performed to secure her favor, through the architecture that makes Earth's productivity sacred, that transforms farming into worship, that makes fertility into theology. Yet the two orientations are not opposed, are not contradictory, are complementary aspects of the larger mystery that early agricultural peoples confronted daily, that they depended upon completely, that they could partially control through knowledge, through knowing when to plant based on solar position, but could not fully control through knowledge alone, through observation alone, through calculation alone, because even knowing when to plant does not guarantee successful harvest, does not prevent drought or flood or blight or the countless disasters that can destroy crops despite perfect timing, despite proper technique, despite everything human skill can accomplish when cosmic forces, weather, climate, the unpredictable variations that astronomy cannot predict, that calculation cannot control when those forces prove unfavorable, prove hostile, prove that knowledge is not enough, that understanding is not sufficient, that something more is needed, something that the goddess represents, something that fertility worship addresses, something that Hagar Kim embodies while Mnajdra addresses the other aspect, the knowable aspect, the patterns that can be predicted and marked and relied upon with certainty that makes astronomical observation into foundation for faith rather than into replacement for faith. The space between them, the few hundred meters of rocky ground, of scattered stones, of pathways worn by feet that have not walked here for millennia, holds its own mystery, creates its own questions that no amount of excavation can answer definitively, that no analysis of artifacts can resolve with certainty, that remain mysterious precisely because the context is lost, because the beliefs that made the space meaningful have dissolved, because we can measure the distance but cannot recover the meaning that distance held, cannot reconstruct the rituals that might have connected the temples, cannot know whether pilgrims processed from one to the other, or whether the temples served different communities, different purposes, different aspects of sacred life that we distinguish but they might have integrated, that we fragment but they might have unified. Did pilgrims process from one temple to the other? Did ceremonies begin in Hagar Kim with offerings to the goddess, with prayers for fertility, with rituals that honored the earth's productivity, then continue to Mnajdra with astronomical observations, with marking of celestial positions, with acknowledgement that sky patterns govern earth patterns, that what happens above influences what happens below, that honoring both temples was necessary for maintaining proper relationship with the cosmos that includes both earth and heaven, both goddess and stars, both the immediate cycles of agricultural life and the distant patterns of celestial movements? Or did the temples serve different purposes at different times? Did solstice and equinox bring pilgrims to Mnajdra for astronomical ceremonies, while other festivals brought them to Hagar Kim for earth-focused rituals? Did the calendar itself create the connection, create the pattern of movement between temples, create the integration of skywatching and earth-honoring that made the two temples into single sacred landscape, into unified expression of worldview that we can only partially reconstruct, can only dimly sense, can only approach through standing in the space between and feeling how the temples relate to each other, how they create dialogue across distance, how together they address questions that separately they leave unanswered, incomplete, fragmentary. The silence between the temples is not empty, is not mere absence of structures, is not just the space that happens to separate two unrelated monuments. The silence is full of the accumulated absence of processions, full of the missing sounds of prayers that connected the temples, full of the rituals whose nature we cannot recover, but whose existence the temple's relationship suggests, whose performance the sacred landscape implies, whose loss the silence preserves more eloquently than any sound could preserve it, because the silence is testimony, is evidence, is the shape of what is missing, is the form of what has been lost. is the presence of absence that makes standing in the space between the temples into meditation on loss, on mystery, on the limits of what archaeology can recover, on the boundaries of what scholarship can reconstruct, on the necessity of accepting that some things are gone, are irretrievable, can only be honored through acknowledging we do not know, cannot know, will never know what the space between the temples meant to those who walked it, what connected them beyond the geographical proximity, what made them into complex rather than into separate monuments, what created the unity that we sense but cannot prove, that we intuit but cannot demonstrate, that we feel when standing between the temples but cannot explain through anything except the feeling itself, the sense that they belong together, that they address different aspects of the same mystery, that they create together what neither creates alone, the possibility that earth and sky, goddess and stars, fertility and astronomy, the immediate and the distant, the controllable and the beyond control can all be honored, can all be marked, can all be addressed through temples that complement rather than compete, that create dialogue rather than opposition, that suggest wholeness rather than division, that make the space between them into sacred space not despite the silence, but because of it, not despite the absence but through it, not despite what is lost, but through honoring what loss teaches that connection existed, that relationship mattered, that the temples were meant to be understood together, that the silence between them is itself teaching, is itself preservation of what cannot be preserved any other way, is itself the form that mystery takes when content is lost, when context disappears, when everything explicit vanishes, but something implicit remains, something that the space preserves, something that the silence holds, something that standing between the temples allows us to sense however uncertainly, however tentatively, however much we must qualify our intuitions with acknowledgments of ignorance, with admissions of uncertainty, with the humility that recognizes we are guessing, are speculating, are creating narratives to make sense of evidence that supports multiple interpretations, that allows various readings, that cannot determine with certainty what the relationship was, what the connection meant, what the space between the temples preserved when pilgrims walked it, when ceremonies connected them, when the sacred landscape was alive with worship rather than silent with abandonment, when the mystery was practiced rather than merely preserved, when the temples functioned as they were designed to function rather than merely standing as they were designed to stand, when the silence between them was filled with sound, with movement, with the human voices and footsteps and purposes that made the space meaningful, that created the connection, that justified building two temples in visible relationship rather than one temple alone, that suggested completeness required both, that wholeness needed the complement, that the mystery these temples address is large enough to need multiple approaches, diverse enough to require different orientations, complex enough that Earth focus and sky focus together still don't exhaust it, still don't capture it completely, still don't make the mystery less mysterious, but only mark it more thoroughly, honor it more fully, preserve it more completely through the dual testimony that the twin temples offer, that the space between them holds, that the silence preserves, that the relationship embodies, that we can witness but cannot fully comprehend, can measure but cannot entirely explain, can stand within but cannot master, can only honor through the reverence that acknowledges these temples were built to mark what exceeds marking, to preserve what exceeds preservation, to create permanence for mystery that permanence cannot contain, that stone cannot hold, that architecture can only gesture toward, can only create thresholds toward, can only invite approach toward through the space between, through the silence that holds, through the mystery that the twin temples share, that neither can embody alone, that together they preserve, that the space between them protects, that the silence teaches to anyone willing to stand in it, to feel it, to let mystery be mysterious, to let silence speak, to let the space between the temples become what it was always meant to be, the connecting tissue, the relationship, the unity that difference creates, the wholeness that complementarity achieves, the sacred landscape where earth and sky meet, where goddess and stars converse, where the twin temples that share one mystery continue sharing it, continue preserving it, continue teaching through their relationship what neither can teach alone, continue offering through the silence between them what sound could never offer, the shape of what is missing, the form of what was lost, the presence of the absence that makes mystery more mysterious, that makes silence more eloquent, that makes the space between the temples into sacred space still teaching, still preserving, still holding what the twin temples share, what the silence protects, what mystery maintains, what we can witness but cannot possess, can honor but cannot master, can stand within but cannot explain, can only receive as gift the silence between the twin temples that share one mystery, that preserve it through their relationship, that teach it through their difference, that offer it through the space that separates and connects, that divides and unifies, that creates the possibility that we too can share the mystery, can stand between the temples, can feel what the silence preserves, can honor what the relationship embodies, can witness what the twin temples teach together, what the space between them holds, what the silence offers to all who come seeking, who approach with questions, who accept that some mysteries are meant to be shared but never solved, meant to be preserved but never possessed, meant to be honored through the silence that speaks more eloquently than any explanation, through the space that connects more profoundly than any path, through the relationship that the twin temples create, and the silence between them protects, and we witness still, standing between them, feeling the mystery they share, the silence they preserve, the teaching they offer through being what they are, twin temples sharing one mystery, creating through their difference the wholeness that neither achieves alone, preserving through their relationship what isolation would lose, teaching through the silence between them what sound could never teach, offering through their patient endurance what 5,000 years have not exhausted, what abandonment has not destroyed, what silence has not diminished the possibility that we too can share the mystery, can stand in the sacred space between, can honor what the twin temples preserve, can receive what the silence offers, can witness what endures when everything else passes, when sound becomes silence, when movement becomes stillness, when the space between the twin temples becomes what it always was, sacred, mysterious, teaching still, preserving still, offering still the mystery they share, the silence they hold, the gift they give to all who come, who stand between, who listen to silence, who receive the teaching, who honor the mystery that the twin temples share, that the space between them holds, that endures. Before cuneiform gave the stars names we can read in clay tablets, before hieroglyphs recorded celestial observations in texts that survived millennia, before any system of writing existed to preserve knowledge beyond the fragility of human memory, the builders of Mnajdra watched the sky with devotion that bordered on obsession, with attention that modern astronomers might recognize as kinship across the chasm of 5,000 years. With the patience that comes from knowing your observations will not be complete in your lifetime, will not reveal their patterns within years or even decades, will require generations to accumulate the data needed to predict, to understand, to encode in stone what you have learned through watching, through waiting, through the sustained observation that transforms casual skygazing into systematic astronomy, that transforms wonder into knowledge, that transforms pattern recognition into the ability to build temples whose alignments will function 5 millennia hence, will continue marking solstices and equinoxes long after the observers are dust, long after their methods are forgotten, long after everything about them has vanished except the temples themselves, the alignments themselves, the proof that they understood, that they calculated correctly, that they achieved precision we still struggle to explain. They had no instruments but their eyes, no telescopes to magnify distant objects, no cameras to record positions, no computers to calculate orbits, no GPS to determine locations with centimeter accuracy. They had vision, human vision, with all its limitations, all its susceptibility to atmospheric distortion, all its inability to perceive what lies beyond the narrow band of electromagnetic radiation we call visible light. But they had something modern astronomers often lack: time. Unlimited time to watch, to wait, to observe across seasons and years and lifetimes, to note positions and remember them, to compare this year's observations with memories of last year, with stories elders told about observations from their youth, with the accumulated tradition that stretched back through generations, that created continuity of knowledge despite the discontinuity of individual lives, that made possible the long-term observations that astronomy requires, that pattern detection demands. That building Mnajdra necessitated. No records but their memories. No notebooks to write in, no databases to store data, no filing systems to organize observations, no external storage of any kind beyond what stone arrangements could preserve, beyond what architectural alignments could encode, beyond what the temple itself could remember through its orientations, through its doorways that faced specific directions, through its chambers that framed specific stars at specific times. The knowledge lived only in minds that would die, in traditions that would end unless continuously passed from elder to youth, from master to apprentice, from generation to generation across the centuries required to accumulate the observations that made Mnajdra possible, that made its alignments achievable, that made the precision we can verify through modern instruments possible, through methods we can barely imagine, through patience we struggle to comprehend, through dedication that seems almost superhuman until we remember they were human, were as intelligent as we are, differed only in their circumstances, in their technologies, in the frameworks they used to understand what they observed, but not in their fundamental capacity for observation, for memory, for the systematic thinking that astronomy requires, that science demands, that Mnajdra embodies. No confirmation but the slow verification that comes when your predictions prove accurate. When the sun appears where you calculated it would appear based on observations accumulated across decades, across lifetimes. When the stars return to positions you remembered from youth, from childhood, from the stories elders told about positions their elders saw. When the patterns you detected prove reliable, prove predictable, prove worthy of the faith you invested in them, the effort you devoted to marking them, the temples you built to preserve them. The verification was patient, was gradual, was the kind that requires faith during the long accumulation period when you're still gathering data, still noting positions, still building the foundation of knowledge upon which predictions can eventually be based, but which initially offers no predictions, no certainties, only the raw observations that might eventually reveal patterns if you watch long enough, if you remember accurately enough, if you maintain the tradition faithfully enough that your grandchildren's grandchildren, can compare their observations with yours and detect the movements, the changes, the patterns that individual lifetimes cannot reveal, but multi-generational watching can uncover. It is said these astronomer priests developed traditions of training, of passing knowledge from master to student across decades, across generations. The training would have been oral, would have been demonstrated rather than written, would have been learned through doing rather than through reading about doing. The master would take the apprentice to observation points, perhaps to Mnajdra itself, perhaps to other locations whose sightlines allowed particular stars to be tracked, particular positions to be noted. Would point to stars, would name them with names now lost, would tell stories about them that explained why they mattered, what they signified, how they related to earthly concerns, to agricultural cycles, to the patterns that governed existence. The apprentice would watch, would learn the star names, would memorize the stories, would begin making observations, would start the long process of developing the knowledge that eventually, if the apprentice proved worthy, if the tradition continued, if death did not interrupt the transmission, would make them master in turn, would make them capable of training the next generation, would make them the vessel through which accumulated knowledge flowed from past to future, the link in the chain that could not be broken without losing everything, without starting over from nothing, without the catastrophic loss that occurs when oral traditions end. When the last knowledgeable person dies without adequate successor, when centuries of accumulated understanding vanish in single generation because no one learned, no one remembered, no one maintained the tradition that made the knowledge possible, that kept it alive, that transmitted it forward despite all the obstacles, all the interruptions, all the disasters that could and sometimes did destroy the continuity, that could and sometimes did end the tradition, that could and sometimes did erase the knowledge as completely as if it had never existed. Who were they as individuals? The question haunts anyone who stands before Mnajdra contemplating its precision, contemplating the knowledge its alignments demonstrate, contemplating the human beings who created this, who accumulated the observations, who performed the calculations, who organized the labor, who directed the construction. Who were they? What were their names? How did they identify themselves as priests, as astronomers, as some category we lack because we separate sacred and scientific in ways they would not have recognized, would not have understood, would have rejected as false division, as artificial fragmentation of what was for them unified understanding, integrated knowledge, single approach to cosmos that honored it as both physical system governed by laws that observation could reveal, and as sacred mystery that worship should address. That reverence should honor, that temples should mark. We know nothing of them as individuals. Know nothing of their names, their faces, their personalities, their individual quirks and characteristics, their private doubts and public certainties, their moments of insight and their periods of confusion, their successes and their failures, their relationships and their solitudes, their hopes and their fears. Know nothing except what the temple preserves, what the alignments demonstrate, what the stones testify through their positions, through their orientations, through the simple, undeniable fact that they are where they are because someone put them there. Someone calculated where they should be. Someone understood enough to make the calculations, to direct the placement, to create permanence from observation and stone, and the determination to mark what mattered, to preserve what deserved preserving, and to build what would outlast them. The temple testifies they existed, testifies they possessed knowledge and patience and faith that their work mattered, but offers no names, no faces, no personal details beyond the impersonal precision of alignments that speak to competence without revealing character, to skill without disclosing personality, to achievement without preserving the achievers, except as anonymous hands that moved stone, anonymous eyes that watched sky, anonymous minds that calculated and planned and created permanence from observation and limestone, and the determination to encode cosmic patterns in forms that would outlast memory. That would continue teaching when all the teachers were dust. The anonymity is somehow appropriate, somehow fitting. The knowledge they accumulated was not theirs personally, but was collective achievement, was community property, was the product of generations rather than individuals, was the result of sustained observation by many rather than genius insight by one. The temples do not glorify individuals, but honor the tradition, the continuity, the accumulated wisdom that made them possible. No pharaoh's name is carved here, no king's cartouche, no individual taking credit for what communities achieved, what generations created, what collective effort made real. Perhaps this is lesson worth learning. Perhaps the anonymity teaches what our individualistic culture needs to hear, that the greatest achievements are often collective, are often the product of many working across time, are often possible only when individuals subordinate personal glory to larger purposes, when communities sustain traditions across generations, when knowledge is understood as shared inheritance rather than as individual possession, when the work matters more than the workers, when what is built outlasts who built it, when the teaching continues after the teachers are forgotten. We stand before Mnajdra acknowledging the priest astronomers we cannot name, honoring the knowledge we can verify but cannot fully reconstruct, respecting the achievement we can measure, but cannot completely explain. They watched the sky before writing knew the stars' names. They accumulated knowledge before texts could preserve it. They calculated alignments before instruments could verify them. They built temples before we existed to study them. They understood what we are still trying to understand: how to mark what matters, how to preserve what deserves preserving, how to create permanence from observation and faith, and the simple determination that cosmic patterns are worthy of temples, that celestial movements deserve marking in stone, that the effort required to achieve precision is worthwhile, because what is achieved will outlast everything else, will continue teaching when all other teaching ends, will preserve when all other preservation fails. The priest astronomers are gone. Their names are lost. Their methods are mysterious. But their achievement remains in the stones that still stand, remains in the alignments that still function, remains in the temple that still marks solstices and equinoxes with the precision they calculated, with the accuracy they achieved, with the permanence they created. Remains as testimony to what humans can accomplish when they commit to purposes larger than individual lives, when they invest in projects that will not be completed in their lifetimes, when they build for eternity rather than for immediate benefit, when they honor cosmic patterns through architecture that will continue honoring them long after the architects are forgotten, long after the observers are nameless, long after everything personal has vanished except the impersonal testimony of stones positioned with care, aligned with precision, oriented toward stars whose names the builders knew but we have lost, toward patterns the builders marked but we must rediscover, toward the eternal conversation between Earth and cosmos that the priest astronomers understood, that they preserved in Mnajdra's alignments, that they offer still to all who come seeking, who watch the sky, who honor the mystery that made temples necessary, that made astronomy sacred, that made the priest astronomers whoever they were, whatever they were called, however they understood themselves invest such effort in watching, in calculating, in building, in creating permanence from starlight and stone, and the faith that what they were marking mattered enough to outlast them, to outlast their names, to outlast everything except the teaching, the temple, the eternal testimony that they were here, that they watched, that they understood, that they built what still stands, still functions, still teaches what they knew, what they preserved, what they offer still the possibility that consciousness and cosmos converse, that observation creates understanding, that temples carefully aligned will continue marking what they were built to mark as long as stone endures, as long as stars shine, as long as anyone comes to witness, to honor, to receive the teaching that the nameless priest astronomers preserved, that Mnajdra embodies, That 5,000 years have not exhausted, have not diminished, have only deepened into mystery more profound, into silence more eloquent, into presence more powerful than any names could be, than any individuals could achieve, than any personal glory could match the collective achievement. The multi-generational wisdom, the anonymous dedication that created Mnajdra, that positioned its stones, that aligned its chambers, that continues teaching still. Still honoring still the priest astronomers whose names are lost but whose knowledge endures, whose faces are forgotten but whose vision persists, whose personalities have vanished but whose precision remains, testifying across 5,000 years that they understood, that they cared, that they built to last, that they succeeded beyond what they could have imagined, beyond what they could have hoped, beyond what any individual achievement could accomplish. They created permanence. They preserved knowledge. They built temples that still teach, that still function, that still honor the sky they watched, the patterns they marked, the cosmic mystery they devoted their lives to understanding, to preserving, to encoding in stone arrangements that continue speaking even when we cannot hear their names, even when we cannot know their stories, even when all that remains is the temple, the alignment, the teaching that transcends the teachers, the knowledge that outlasts the knowers, the achievement that honors them precisely by making them unnecessary, by preserving what they learned so well that we can receive it without knowing who they were, can benefit from their work without remembering their names, can stand before their temple and learn from their observations, even when everything personal about them has dissolved into the anonymity that somehow seems fitting, seems appropriate, seems right for those who watched the impersonal stars, who marked the impersonal patterns, who built impersonal temples that function through geometric precision rather than through individual charisma, that teach through alignment rather than through authority, that preserve through stone rather than through stories, that continue offering what the priest astronomers offered: knowledge of the sky, understanding of patterns, the possibility of marking what matters in forms that will outlast us, that will continue teaching when we are nameless, when we are forgotten, when all that remains is what we built, what we preserved, what we offer to those who come after, who stand before our temples, who receive our teaching, who honor our work even when they cannot remember our names, even when they cannot know our stories, even when all that survives is the achievement, the alignment, the eternal testimony that we were here, we watched, we understood, we built, and what we built endures. Scattered throughout Mnajdra, small stones bear depressions, shallow bowls carved into megalith surfaces, positioned at specific heights, oriented toward specific directions, serving purposes we can guess, but cannot confirm with the certainty that modern minds crave. with the definitiveness that science demands, with the proof that would settle the question once and for all rather than leaving it suspended in the beautiful uncertainty that characterizes so much of what Mnajdra preserves. So much of what ancient temples offer, so much of what we can describe but cannot explain, can measure but cannot understand, can witness but cannot master. Were these offering stones? Did worshippers place grain or milk or blood or flowers in these carved depressions, transforming ordinary substances into sacred gifts, into petitions made tangible, into prayers you could touch, prayers that had weight and substance and presence beyond the ephemeral words that prayers usually are, beyond the invisible intentions that devotion usually expresses, beyond the intangible longings that worship usually embodies? Did the depressions hold offerings that connected human need to cosmic power, that made visible the relationship between worshippers and whatever they believed governed existence, controlled patterns, determined whether crops would grow and whether rain would fall, and whether the sun would return after winter's darkness, and whether any of the countless things that survival depended upon would continue or would fail, would be granted or would be withheld. It would prove that prayers were heard or would prove that the cosmos was indifferent, that offerings were futile, that worship accomplished nothing. Or were they astronomical markers? Did they hold oil lamps whose flames aligned with stellar positions, whose light created sightlines for tracking celestial movements, whose fires were themselves offerings, but offerings that served practical purpose alongside spiritual significance, that honored the stars while also marking them, that addressed the divine while also advancing knowledge, that unified what we separate worship and observation, devotion and science, the sacred and the practical into single act that ancient peoples would not have fragmented the way we fragment it, would not have divided the way we divide it, would have understood as whole, as integrated, as the obvious approach to cosmos that deserves both reverence and understanding, that invites both worship and study, that requires both honoring and observing if we are to maintain proper relationship with patterns that govern everything, that determine everything, that make existence possible or make it impossible depending on whether we have understood correctly, have observed accurately, have offered appropriately. The ambiguity is instructive, reminds us that sacred and practical were not separate categories, for peoples who understood their survival depended on reading the sky correctly, on knowing when to plant based on celestial positions, on trusting that the gods who controlled the cosmos would also control the harvest if properly honored, if approached with suitable reverence, if offered gifts that acknowledged dependence, that admitted the human need for divine favor, for cosmic blessing, for the continuation of patterns that made agriculture possible, that made settled life achievable, that transformed wandering bands into stable communities capable of building temples that required decades to complete, that demanded social organization sophisticated enough to sustain multi-generational projects, that proved communities could invest in purposes beyond immediate survival, could create permanence beyond individual lifetimes, could build for eternity rather than just for today. We touch the offering stones, feel their depressions worn smooth by what? By weather, certainly. 5,000 years of rain and wind and the patient erosion that affects all stone eventually, inevitably, absolutely. But also by use. Can we distinguish between weathering and wear? Can we know whether these carved bowls held offerings, or whether they are simply natural formations we interpret as intentional because we want meaning, because we need purpose, because standing before ancient stones without understanding their function creates discomfort we resolve through speculation, through imagining purposes that satisfy our assumptions about what religious peoples would do, what astronomical observers would need, what sacred architecture would include. The stones cannot answer, cannot tell us whether the depressions held grain offered to goddesses or oil burned to mark stars, cannot resolve the ambiguity between religious function and astronomical function, because perhaps the ambiguity is the truth, is the reality, is the accurate representation of how ancient peoples understood these stones as simultaneously sacred and practical, as both offering holders and astronomical markers, as serving dual purposes that we distinguish but they unified, that we separate but they integrated, that we fragment but they held whole. Perhaps grain was offered at certain times at planting, at harvest, at moments when agricultural cycles intersected with celestial cycles, when earthly concerns and cosmic patterns converged, when what humans needed aligned with what the stars marked, when offerings could honor both the goddess who made crops grow and the cosmic order that determined when crops should be planted, when both devotions could be expressed through single act of placing grain in carved depression, of making visible the invisible gratitude, the invisible petition, the invisible faith that cosmos and consciousness were connected, that human offerings mattered to powers beyond human, that the stones positioned to receive offerings were thresholds between human and divine, between earth and sky, between the visible gifts and the invisible recipients, between what we offer and what we hope receives, between the prayer made tangible and the response that remains intangible, between the offering placed in stone depression and the result that comes or doesn't come in response. Perhaps oil lamps burned at other times at nights when stellar observations were performed, when specific stars needed marking, when alignments required checking, when the priest astronomers came to verify what generations of observation had taught, to confirm what calculations predicted, to witness what the temple was built to frame, to illuminate, to mark through the collaboration of architecture and astronomy, of stone positioning and star watching, of fixed megaliths and moving celestial bodies that together created the alignments, created the meanings, created the moments when oil burning in carved depression would cast light that aligned with stellar position. That created sightline from temple to star. That made visible the invisible connection. That proved through light what faith claimed through belief that patterns exist. That understanding is possible, that the stones positioned correctly can mark the stars accurately. That human observation can comprehend cosmic movements well enough to predict them, to celebrate them, to honor them through offerings of oil that burn through the night, that illuminate the darkness, that create light that connects earth to star, stone to sky, offering to observation, prayer to understanding, the sacred to the scientific in unified act that ancient peoples performed naturally, that we must reconstruct artificially, that we struggle to comprehend because we have separated what they unified, have fragmented what they integrated, have lost the wholeness that made offering stones simultaneously religious and astronomical, simultaneously practical and sacred, simultaneously about worship and about observation, about devotion and about knowledge, about honoring what exceeds us, and about understanding what we can understand, about offering prayers and about marking patterns, about the gifts placed in depressions, and about the light that burns there, about the grain offered to goddesses, and about the oil burned to mark stars, about all the purposes that we distinguish, but that the offering stones held together, held whole, held unified in the simple act of placing something in carved depression, of making offering that served multiple purposes, of expressing devotion that accomplished multiple goals, of honoring mystery through gifts that were simultaneously material and meaningful, tangible and symbolic, practical and profound. Stand before the offering stones at twilight. Imagine them holding grain. Imagine them holding oil lamps. Imagine them holding both at different times, at different seasons, for different purposes that nonetheless converged in the understanding that offerings matter, that marking matters, that the depressions carved into stone are thresholds where human meets divine, where earth meets sky, where what we give connects to what we receive, where prayers become tangible, where devotion becomes visible, where the invisible relationships that govern existence become momentarily manifest through grain placed here, through oil burned there, through the simple, profound acts that transform carved depressions into sacred spaces, into astronomical markers, into offering stones where gifts become prayers, become light that shines still not literally. Because no oil burns here now, because no grain rests here now, because the offerings ended millennia ago when the temple was abandoned, when the traditions ceased, when the last worshippers departed, leaving only the stones, only the depressions, only the evidence that offerings were made, even if we cannot prove exactly what offerings, exactly when, exactly why. But the possibility remains. The potential persists. The offering stones still wait for grain that will not be offered, for oil that will not be burned, for prayers that will not be spoken, for the devotions that ended, but that the stones preserve through their carved depressions, through their positioned heights, through their oriented directions that suggest intentionality even when we cannot recover intention, that demonstrate purpose even when we cannot determine purpose, that proves someone cared enough to carve these depressions, to position these stones, to create these thresholds between human and divine, between offerings and recipients, between what is given and what is hoped for, between the tangible gifts and the intangible results, between the prayers made visible and the answers that remain invisible, between the light that burns in offering and the light that comes from stars, between the grain placed in carved depression and the harvest that follows or doesn't follow depending on whether the offerings were accepted, whether the prayers were heard, whether the relationship between human and cosmic was maintained, was honored, was preserved through the simple acts of placing grain here, of burning oil there, of making offerings that the stones received, that the depressions held, that the temple marked as worthy, as necessary, as essential to maintaining the relationship that made existence possible, that made survival achievable, that made the offering stones into more than mere depressions in rock, but into thresholds, into connections, into the sacred possibilities that carved bowls in positioned megaliths created, preserved, offered to all who came with gifts, with prayers, with the faith that offering mattered, that marking mattered, that the stones positioned to receive would somehow transmit what was given to whatever needed receiving, would somehow carry the prayers upward to stars, would somehow make the grain into blessing, would somehow transform the oil's light into connection, would somehow accomplish what offerings are always meant to accomplish: the creation of relationship, the expression of dependence, the acknowledgement that we need what we cannot control, that we honor what we cannot master, that we offer what we can offer and hope it matters, hope it's received, hope it creates connection between the offering stones and the cosmic powers, between the carved depressions and the distant stars, between what we give and what we hope receives, between the gifts that become prayers, that become light that shines still in memory, in possibility, in the eternal potential that offering stones preserve, that carved depressions hold, that Mnajdra maintains through its weathered megaliths, through its positioned stones, through its silent testimony that offerings were made, that prayers were offered, that gifts placed in carved depressions became something more, became connection, became relationship, became the light that links earth to heaven, stone to star, human offering to cosmic receiving, the grain to the goddess, the oil to the astronomy, the prayer to the pattern, the gift to the mystery that offering stones preserve, that depressions hold, that Mnajdra teaches still through stones that wait, through bowls that remain carved, through the possibility that remains open, the possibility that what we offer matters, that what we give creates connection, that offering stones positioned 5,000 years ago to receive gifts still preserve the potential for receiving, still hold the possibility for connection, still wait for the offerings that will not come, the prayers that will not be spoken, the light that will not be burned but that the stones remember, that the depressions preserve, that the temple holds in the space where gifts became prayers, became light, where offerings created connection, where carved depressions in positioned megaliths made possible the relationship between human and divine, between earth and cosmos, between what we offer and what receives, between the giving and the receiving, between the prayers and the patterns, between the offerings and the stars, between all that was placed in these depressions, and all that the depressions preserve, all that the offering stones remember, all that Mnajdra teaches about devotion and observation, about worship and astronomy, about the sacred and the practical unified in carved bowls that held grain, that held oil, that held the faith that offerings matter, that marking matters, that what we give creates connection, that prayers become light, that gifts become relationship, that offering stones positioned with care create thresholds that endure, that preserve, that teach still what they taught then, that we offer, that we honor, that we mark what matters, that the carved depressions in megalithic stones are more than holes in rock, are thresholds, are connections, are the sacred possibilities that offerings create, that prayers embody, that light preserves, that 5,000 years have not erased, have not filled, have not closed but have only deepened, have only sanctified, have only preserved as testimony to all who offered, to all who prayed, to all who placed gifts in these depressions and hoped they mattered, hoped they connected, hoped they created relationship between earth and heaven, between stone and star, between offering and receiving, between the gifts placed here and the cosmic powers believed to dwell there, between the prayers made visible and the responses that remained invisible, between the light that burned and the light that came from stars, between all that was offered and all that the offering stones preserve, remember, teach still about devotion, about connection, about the possibility that gifts become prayers, become light, that offerings matter, that carved depressions in ancient stones are thresholds still, are waiting still, are preserving still the sacred possibility that what we offer creates connection, that what we give matters, that the offering stones positioned 5,000 years ago to receive gifts still hold the memory, still preserve the potential, still teach what they always taught, that offerings create relationship, that prayers become light, that gifts placed in carved depressions connect earth to heaven, human to divine, stone to star, and that this connection, this relationship, this possibility endures in the offering stones, in the carved depressions, in the megaliths positioned to receive, to hold, to preserve what was offered, what was prayed, what became light, what became connection, what became the relationship that offering stones create, that prayers embody, that gifts establish, that endures in stone, in depression, in the eternal possibility that what we offer matters, that marking matters, that offering stones preserve, that prayers become light, that gifts create connection that endures. To strike certain stones in Mnajdra and they ring, not subtly, not faintly, but clearly, powerfully, unmistakably, produce tones that linger in the air long after the striking ceases, that resonate through the chambers with harmonics that suggest music, that create sounds almost bell-like in their clarity, in their duration, in their ability to fill space with vibration that you can hear but can also feel, that affects not just ears but entire body, that demonstrates through direct experience that these stones are not ordinary building materials, but are instruments, are sources of sound carefully selected or fortuitously discovered to possess acoustic properties that transform temple into concert hall, worship space into sonic environment, silent stone into singing presence that ancient ears would have experienced as sacred, as proof that the temple itself participated in ceremony, in worship, in the invocation of powers that responded to sound as much as to light, to vibration as much as to astronomical alignment, to the ringing of struck stone as much as to the illumination of positioned altars. It is said that the builders understood acoustics in ways we are only beginning to rediscover, that they knew through methods we can partly guess, but cannot fully reconstruct how chamber shapes affect sound propagation, how curved walls create different acoustic environments than straight walls create, how ceiling heights determine which frequencies will resonate and which will be dampened, how the materials themselves, limestone versus globigerina, dense stone versus porous stone, Smooth surfaces versus rough surfaces affect how sound behaves, how it travels, how it lingers or dissipates, how it fills space or remains localized, how it creates the sonic environment that makes some spaces feel sacred, that makes some chambers seem to enhance prayer, that makes some temples acoustically alive in ways that feel supernatural even when their causes are purely physical, are matters of geometry and density, and the specific frequencies that stone chambers emphasize while damping others. Modern acoustic analysis can measure what ancient builders somehow knew, can determine which frequencies resonate in which chambers, can map how sound travels through the curved spaces, how it reflects off stone walls, how it creates standing waves at certain positions, how striking one stone produces tones that other stones amplify, that the chamber itself enhances, that the entire architectural environment participates in creating. The measurements confirm what experience demonstrates that Mnajdra is not just visually aligned to celestial events, but is also acoustically designed, whether intentionally or accidentally. We cannot be certain. Whether through deliberate planning or through fortunate discovery, we cannot determine. Whether because the builders tested stones for their sonic properties before selecting them, or because they selected stones for other reasons and discovered the acoustic properties afterward, we cannot know. But the result is undeniable. Strike the singing stones, and the temple comes alive with sound. Strike them in sequence, and you create music, simple, repetitive, hypnotic music that needs no melody to be powerful, that needs no harmony to be moving, that consists simply of struck stones ringing, of harmonics emerging, of the temple itself participating in sound-making, in music-making, in the creation of sonic environment that feels sacred even when we understand its physics, even when we can explain through resonance and reverberation why these particular stones produce these particular tones, even when we reduce mystery to mechanism, yet find that mechanism does not dispel mystery, does not make the experience less powerful, does not prevent the ringing stones from affecting consciousness in ways that feel profound, that feel transformative, that feel like encountering something beyond the ordinary even when we insist it is ordinary, is merely physics, is nothing but sound waves propagating through stone and air according to natural laws that require no supernatural explanation. Did the ceremonies include music? The question cannot be answered definitively, but the acoustic properties strongly suggest they did. Suggest that priests struck the singing stones in rhythmic patterns, that they created percussion that accompanied chanted prayers, that they used the temple's sonic capabilities to enhance ritual, to mark transitions in ceremonies, to signal when particular astronomical events were occurring, when alignments were achieved, when the moment had arrived for particular prayers or particular offerings or particular invocations. The striking of stones could have served multiple purposes simultaneously, could have been worship, and could have been timekeeping, could have been devotion and could have been communication, could have been sacred, and could have been practical in the unified way that ancient peoples seemed to approach everything. That made distinctions we make seem artificial, seem like fragmentation of what should remain whole, seem like the loss of integration that makes us poorer even when it makes us more specialized, more focused, more capable of analyzing individual aspects, but less capable of comprehending the whole, of experiencing the unity, of understanding how sound and light and stone and ceremony all collaborate in creating the experiences that temples were built to facilitate, that architecture was designed to enhance, that the singing stones make possible through their acoustic properties, through their capacity to ring when struck, to fill chambers with sound, to create sonic environment that feels sacred. That enhances devotion, that makes prayer more powerful, makes ceremony more effective, makes the entire experience of being in the temple more transformative than it would be in silence, in acoustic deadness, in spaces where sound behaves ordinarily rather than extraordinarily, where striking stones produces dull thuds rather than resonant tones, where the architecture doesn't participate in sound-making but merely contains it, dampens it, makes it less rather than more. Did the astronomical observations occur in silence, or were they accompanied by sound? Were the moments when solstice light entered the temple marked by the striking of singing stones, by the creation of sonic celebration that acknowledged the alignment, that honored the pattern, that made the achievement audible as well as visible, that engaged multiple senses in witnessing what the temple was built to mark? Or were those moments silent? Were they times when sound would have been intrusive, when the visual alignment was sufficient, when the light itself was ceremony enough, and adding sound would have been excessive, would have been distraction from the pure visual experience of watching calculated sunbeam illuminate positioned altar? We cannot know. Can only note that both possibilities existed, that the temple could have accommodated both silence and sound, both purely visual observations and multisensory ceremonies, both contemplative watching and celebratory marking, both the quiet witnessing of patterns and the noisy acknowledgement of their continuation, both the reverent silence and the joyful ringing, both the meditative observation and the musical celebration. Perhaps different events called for different approaches. Perhaps solstice was marked with sound, while equinox was observed in silence. Perhaps stellar observations were quiet while solar celebrations were loud. Perhaps the acoustic properties were used sometimes and ignored other times depending on what seemed appropriate, what felt right, what the tradition prescribed, or what the moment inspired. The singing stones preserve the possibility without determining which possibility was actual. Preserve the capacity for making sound without proving sound was made. Demonstrate that the temple could have been sonically alive without confirming it was. The ambiguity is itself teaches that we can measure acoustic properties, but cannot recover acoustic practices, can analyze how sound behaves, but cannot know how sound was used, can strike the stones and hear them ring, but cannot hear what ancient ears heard when ancient hands struck these same stones, cannot know what meanings those sounds carried, what emotions they evoked, what spiritual experiences they enhanced, what purposes they served beyond the purely acoustic, beyond the measurable, beyond what modern instruments can detect and modern understanding can comprehend. Stand in Mnajdra's chambers as someone strikes the singing stones. Close your eyes. Listen to the tones that emerge, that linger, that fill the space with vibration that is sound but is also something more, is physical phenomenon but is also meaningful experience, is measurable frequency, but is also affecting presence that changes how the space feels, that transforms the chambers from silent stone to living acoustic environment, that makes the temple seem animate, seem responsive, seem somehow aware in ways that silent stone cannot seem, that acoustic deadness cannot create, that only the singing stones can produce through their capacity to ring, to resonate, to fill space with harmonics that feel sacred even when we insist they are not, even when we reduce them to physics, even when we explain them through natural laws that require no divine intervention, no supernatural presence, no mystery beyond what resonance and reverberation and the specific acoustic properties of limestone in curved chambers can create. But perhaps that is mystery enough. Perhaps the fact that stone can sing, that chambers can resonate, that striking rock can produce tones that linger and harmonics that fill space, perhaps that is itself sufficient mystery, is itself worthy of reverence, is itself the kind of natural wonder that ancient peoples might have interpreted as divine manifestation, but that we can honor as natural marvel, as the extraordinary that emerges from ordinary, as the sacred that exists within physical, as the mystery that persists even when we understand the mechanisms, even when we can explain the causes, even when we reduce singing stones to acoustic properties and resonant chambers, to geometric principles and harmonic overtones, to the mathematics of wave interference and standing patterns. The temple rings still when stones are struck. rings as it rang 5,000 years ago when builders first discovered these properties, first heard these tones, first understood that they had created, whether intentionally or accidentally, not just observatory, but instrument, not just temple, but sonic space, not just architecture, but acoustic environment that could enhance ceremony through sound as well as through light, through vibration as well as through alignment, through the ringing of stones as well as through the marking of stars. The singing continues. The stones preserve their capacity. The temple maintains its acoustic properties across millennia that have changed everything, except this: the fundamental physics that makes stones sing, that makes chambers resonate, that makes Mnajdra into space where sound behaves extraordinarily, where striking stones produces tones that feel sacred, where the very architecture participates in creating experiences that ancient worshippers would have interpreted as proof of divine presence, as confirmation that the temple was truly sacred space, as evidence that the gods were there, were listening, were responding through the stones that sang when struck, through the chambers that resonated when filled with sound, through the entire acoustic environment that careful construction or fortunate accident had created. We may never know whether the acoustic properties were intentional design or were happy discovery, may never determine whether builders tested stones for their sonic qualities or whether they selected them for other reasons and were pleased to discover they sang, may never recover the practices that made use of these properties or determine whether they were central to ceremony or were peripheral enhancement, may never hear what ancient ears heard, because even when we hear the same tones, we hear them through different understanding, through different contexts, through different beliefs about what the sounds mean, what they accomplish, what they prove or fail to prove about the nature of existence, about the relationship between human and divine, about whether stone singing demonstrates anything beyond stone's capacity to sing, anything beyond chambers' capacity to resonate, anything beyond the purely physical properties that acoustics can measure and physics can explain. But we can strike the stones, can hear them ring, can feel the vibration fill the chambers, can experience directly what the temple offers acoustically, even when we cannot recover what it meant historically, what it signified religiously, what it accomplished ceremonially, can stand in the sonic environment that 5,000 years have not changed, have not silenced, have not prevented from continuing to demonstrate what it always demonstrated: that stone can sing, that temples can resonate, that architecture can create acoustic environments where sound behaves extraordinarily, where striking stones produces tones that linger and harmonics that fill space and experiences that feel sacred, even when we attribute them to physics, even when we explain them through science, even when we insist they are natural rather than supernatural, are ordinary rather than miraculous, are merely sound rather than divine voice speaking through stone, through chamber, through the singing that continues, that the ringing preserves, that the striking creates, that the stones offer still to anyone willing to hear, to listen, to let the tones fill consciousness as they fill chambers, to let the vibration affect awareness as it affects air, to let the singing stones teach what they teach, that matter makes music, that stone sings, that temples resonate, that acoustic properties designed or discovered 5,000 years ago continue functioning, continue offering, continue creating the possibility that sound and stone collaborate in making sacred space, in enhancing ceremony, in creating experiences that feel profound even when we cannot say why, that affect consciousness even when we cannot explain how, that make the singing stones into more than rock, into more than building material, into instruments that ring when struck, that resonate when sound fills them, that sing the cosmos into being through harmonics that persist, through tones that linger, through the acoustic properties that 5,000 years have not silenced, have not changed, have not prevented from continuing to offer what they offer, the possibility that stone sings, that temples resonate, that striking certain megaliths in certain chambers creates sounds that feel sacred, that seem significant, that teach through direct experience what words cannot teach, what explanations cannot capture, what only the ringing itself can offer, what only the singing stones preserve, what only the struck stone demonstrates, that sound and stone create mystery, create beauty, create the sacred possibility that acoustic properties are themselves worthy of reverence, that singing stones are themselves evidence of something worth honoring, worth preserving, worth striking still so that the temple rings, so that the chambers resonate, so that the cosmos is sung into being through the harmonics that emerge, through the tones that linger, through the singing that continues, that the stones preserve, that Mnajdra offers to all who strike, who listen, who hear the temples sing, the stones ring. The cosmos emerge through sound that began 5,000 years ago when the first stone was struck. When the first tone emerged, when the first acoustic properties were discovered or designed, when the singing began that continues still, that rings still, that resonates still through the chambers where sound becomes sacred, where stone becomes song, where striking becomes ceremony, where the acoustics that made stone sing the cosmos into being continue making it possible, continue offering it, continue teaching that temples are not just visual spaces but are sonic environments. That architecture creates not just alignment with stars, but creates resonance with sound. That Mnajdra is not just observatory, but is instrument. Not just temple, but is concert hall where the cosmos is performed. is sung, is rung into being through stones that ring when struck, through chambers that resonate when filled, through the acoustic properties that endure, that persist, that continue offering what they always offered, the possibility that sound and stone collaborate in creating sacred space. That striking and singing create ceremony, that acoustics and architecture create the possibility that the cosmos can be sung into being, can be rung into presence, can be made audible as well as visible, can be experienced through ears as well as through eyes, can be celebrated through sound as well as through light, can be honored through the singing stones that ring still, that resonate still, that offer still the acoustic properties that made Mnajdra into space where sound becomes sacred, where stone becomes song, where striking becomes prayer, where the cosmos is sung into being through the ringing that continues, the resonance that persists, the singing that endures. Twice yearly, the cosmos achieves balance. Not the perfect, unchanging equilibrium that Greek philosophers imagined, not the static harmony that exists outside time, but dynamic balance, fleeting moment when day and night claim equal time, when light and darkness negotiate temporary truce before the tipping resumes, before one begins gaining at the other's expense, before the progression toward summer or toward winter continues according to patterns that preceded human observation and will continue after humans are gone, that exist independent of consciousness, yet somehow become more meaningful when consciousness witnesses them, marks them, builds temples to capture the precise moment when equilibrium is achieved, when the sun crosses celestial equator making day, and night equal everywhere on Earth simultaneously, creating global experience of balance that ancient peoples recognized as significant, as worthy of marking, as deserving of temples positioned to capture the precise instant when the turning occurs. When the balance is perfect, when the cosmos pauses or seems to pause before resuming its eternal oscillation between light and dark, between growth and dormancy, between the seasons that make agriculture possible and the seasons that make agriculture necessary, between plenty and scarcity, between the time of abundance and the time of preservation, between all the dualities that equinox momentarily holds in perfect tension before releasing them back into the flow, back into the cycle, back into the patterns that govern existence whether we mark them or not, but that marking somehow honors, somehow acknowledges, somehow makes more real through the human act of witnessing, of building, of creating permanence from the recognition that balance matters, that equilibrium deserves celebrating, that the moment when opposites achieve parity is sacred moment worth preserving in stone, worth encoding in architecture, worth building Mnajdra to capture, to mark. to witness across 5,000 years of equinoxes that return like promises kept, like cosmic reassurance that patterns continue, that balance recurs, that the oscillation between extremes will never become permanent dominance of one over the other, but will always include this moment, this twice-yearly moment when equality reigns, when day equals night, when light and darkness share the world evenly before one begins its temporary ascent toward dominance. At Mnajdra, the equinox dawn sends sunlight through the main doorway with precision that still staggers engineers who study it, who measure the alignment, who calculate how difficult it would have been to achieve such accuracy without modern instruments, without GPS to determine positions, without laser levels to ensure true horizontal, without computers to calculate where the sun would rise on particular dates, without all the technologies we assume are necessary for such precision, yet that ancient builders achieved through methods we can partly reconstruct, but cannot fully understand. Through patience we struggle to imagine. Through knowledge accumulated across generations, through nothing but sustained observation, careful memory, and the determination to mark what mattered, to preserve what deserved preserving, to build what would outlast them, and would continue teaching when all the teachers were forgotten. When all the methods were lost, when everything had changed except the alignment itself, the precision itself, the undeniable fact that the equinox light still enters as calculated, still travels down the corridor as designed, still illuminates the megalith edge as intended, still proves that the builders understood, that they calculated correctly, that they achieved what they set out to achieve and built it to last, built it to continue functioning, built it to keep marking the equinox as long as stone endures, as long as the sun rises, as long as Earth maintains its axial tilt that creates seasons, that makes equinoxes possible, that ensures twice yearly the balance will return, the equality will be achieved, the cosmic promise will be kept. The light strikes the stone edge perfectly, not the center, the edge. The precision is extraordinary, demonstrates that this is not approximate alignment, but exact calculation, not rough positioning, but careful planning, not accident, but achievement that required understanding. What modern astronomy confirms that equinox is not arbitrary marker, but is astronomical event, is moment when Earth's axis aligns perpendicular to sun's rays, when geometric relationships between planet and star create condition, where day equals night, where balance reigns however briefly before the turning resumes, before the progression toward longer days or longer nights continues according to mathematical certainties that ancient observers somehow comprehended well enough to encode in stone, well enough to build temples that would mark them, well enough to create alignments that 5,000 years have not shifted, have not disrupted, have not prevented from continuing to function exactly as designed, exactly as calculated, exactly as the builders intended when they positioned these megaliths with such care, with such precision, with such obvious determination to get it right, to make it last, to ensure that the equinox light would continue entering this doorway, would continue traveling this corridor, would continue striking this stone edge as long as the temple stood, as long as consciousness came to witness, as long as anyone cared that balance returns, that equilibrium recurs, that the equinox keeps its appointment with Mnajdra twice yearly, reliably, certainly, permanently as anything human-built can be permanent. Standing in the temple at equinox dawn, watching 5,000-year-old sunbeam keep 5,000-year-old appointment, creates experience that collapses time, that makes the separation between ancient and modern feel artificial, that connects us to the builders not through understanding their beliefs, we cannot recover those, but through sharing their experience, through standing where they stood, through seeing what they saw, through witnessing the same alignment they witnessed, through participating in the same cosmic event they deemed worthy of permanent monument, of architectural precision, of the extraordinary effort that moving megaliths and calculating alignments and creating permanence requires. That demands, that justified in their minds and justifies still in ours, or should justify, or would justify if we approached with the reverence they approached with, if we honored what they honored, if we recognized as they recognized that balance matters, that equilibrium deserves marking, that the moment when day equals night is sacred moment worth preserving through temples that will outlast belief, that will continue marking balance long after the reasons for marking it have been forgotten, long after the gods who were thought to create balance have been abandoned, long after everything has changed except the pattern itself, the astronomical fact itself, the geometric reality that twice yearly Earth's relationship to sun creates condition where light and darkness share equal time, where the cosmic scales balance perfectly before tipping toward one extreme or the other, where the promise is kept, the promise that balance returns, that equality recurs, that the oscillation will not become permanent imbalance, but will always include this moment of equilibrium, this twice-yearly reassurance that extremes are temporary, that dominance is not permanent, that balance will return however far the pendulum swings toward light or toward darkness, toward summer or toward winter, toward any of the extremes that life oscillates between but never remains at, that existence moves through but never settles in, that the cosmos demonstrates are temporary states rather than permanent conditions through the equinox that returns, that recurs, That keeps arriving twice yearly to prove that balance is possible, that equality can be achieved, that the extremes are phases rather than permanences, are moments rather than eternities, are temporary dominances rather than final victories. The equinox light teaches what it has always taught. It teaches not through words but through presence, not through doctrine but through demonstration, not through explanation but through the simple, undeniable fact of arrival, of keeping the appointment, of proving that patterns continue, that calculations were correct, that faith in cosmic order was justified, that the builders were right to invest such effort in marking this moment, right to build this temple, right to create this alignment that still functions, that still captures the equinox light. That still proves twice yearly that some things can be known, can be predicted, can be trusted across millennia, trusted not because we hope they will continue, but because the mathematics guarantees they will continue, because the geometric relationships that create equinoxes will persist as long as Earth maintains its current axial tilt, as long as it continues orbiting Sun, as long as the fundamental astronomical conditions remain unchanged. Yet the teaching is not merely astronomical. It is not just about the mechanics of planetary motion, about the geometry of Earth's orientation relative to Sun, about the mathematical certainties that make equinoxes predictable. The teaching is primarily about what balance means, about what equality signifies, about what the moment when opposites achieve parity teaches those who witness it, who mark it, who build temples to honor it. The teaching is about moderation, about avoiding extremes, about recognizing that the best condition is not permanent light or permanent darkness, but is the balance between them, is the equality where both have their place, where neither dominates absolutely, where the middle way, the balanced way, is the way that the cosmos itself demonstrates twice yearly through the equinox that neither summer nor winter is permanent, that neither day nor night can claim total victory. That existence oscillates between extremes, but finds its truest expression in the moments of balance, in the twice-yearly equilibrium that Mnajdra marks, that the equinox embodies, that the light entering the doorway proves that balance exists, proves that equality is achievable, proves that the cosmic pattern includes these moments when the scales are perfectly level, when the opposites achieve parity, when the teaching arrives not through words but through light, through the sunbeam that enters the temple and strikes the stone edge, and demonstrates through its arrival that the promise is kept, that balance returns, that equilibrium recurs, that the equinox is eternal promise eternal not because it lasts forever, but because it returns forever. Eternal not in duration but in recurrence. Eternal not as permanent state, but as recurring event that will continue as long as the astronomical conditions persist, as long as Earth orbits Sun, as long as the cosmos maintains the patterns that create seasons, that make equinoxes possible, that ensure the balance will return. We feel time collapse, feel the millennia compress into single moment where ancient and modern merge, where builders and visitors share experience across the gulf of 5,000 years, across the chasm of lost beliefs and changed understanding, across all that separates us except this shared witnessing of equinox light entering temple, of sunbeams striking stone edge, of balance being marked, of equality being honored, of the cosmic pattern being acknowledged through architecture that has outlasted everything except the pattern itself, that has preserved what needed preserving, that has marked what deserved marking, that continues teaching what it was built to teach, that balance exists, that equilibrium recurs, that the equinox returns like eternal promise, like cosmic reassurance, like proof that patterns hold, that calculations were correct, that temples built to mark balance will continue marking it, that the light will continue entering, that the stone will continue receiving, that the alignment will continue functioning as long as Mnajdra stands, as long as the doorway remains, as long as consciousness comes to witness, to honor, to receive what the equinox offers, the teaching that balance matters, that equality deserves celebrating, that the moment when day and night share equal time is sacred moment worth preserving in stone, worth encoding in architecture, worth building temples to mark, worth watching for across 5,000 years of equinoxes that return, that arrive, that keep their appointments with precision that modern instruments can measure but ancient builders achieved. That proves human observation and determination can create permanence, can mark what matters, can build what will outlast us and continue teaching when we are gone, when our beliefs have changed, when our gods have departed, when everything has transformed except the pattern, except the astronomical fact, except the geometric reality that twice yearly the equinox arrives, the balance is achieved, the equality reigns however briefly, the promise is kept, the eternal promise that balance returns, that equilibrium recurs, that the extremes are temporary, that the middle way, the balanced way, is the way the cosmos demonstrates, is the teaching the equinox offers, is the gift that Mnajdra preserves, is the alignment that still functions, is the light that still enters, is the stone that still receives, is the promise that still keeps itself, that still arrives, that still proves what it always proved, that patterns continue, that balance exists, that the equinox returns like eternal promise of balance, like cosmic commitment to equilibrium, like architectural testimony to the possibility that what was marked 5,000 years ago can still be marked today, can still be witnessed tomorrow, can still teach what it always taught as long as stone endures, as long as light enters, as long as the equinox keeps returning, keeps arriving, keeps keeping its promise, the promise of balance, the guarantee of equilibrium, the eternal return of equality that Mnajdra marks, that the alignment captures, that the temple preserves, that the equinox offers twice yearly to all who come, who witness, who receive the teaching that balance matters, that equality deserves honoring, that the moment when opposites achieve parity is sacred moment worth preserving, worth marking, worth building temples to capture, worth watching for across millennia, worth trusting will return because it always returns, because the pattern holds, because the equinox keeps its promise, because the balance is eternal not in duration but in recurrence, not in permanence but in return, not in unchanging persistence but in rhythmic arrival that the temple marks, that the stones preserve, that the light proves, that continues, that endures, that teaches still what it taught then, that balance returns, that equilibrium recurs, that the equinox is eternal promise kept twice yearly, reliably, certainly, permanently as long as the cosmos maintains the patterns that create it, as long as Earth orbits Sun, as long as the astronomical conditions persist, as long as Mnajdra stands to mark it, to witness it, to preserve the promise, to keep the teaching, to offer what it offers, the eternal return of balance, the cosmic promise of equilibrium, the twice-yearly proof that patterns hold, that extremes are temporary, that balance recurs, that the equinox arrives still, arrives always, arrives as promised, as predicted, as the temple was built to mark, as the builders intended, as 5,000 years have not prevented, have not disrupted, have not stopped from continuing to arrive, to return, to keep the promise, to prove the balance, to teach what needs teaching, that equality matters, that equilibrium deserves celebrating, that the moment when day and night share equal time is moment worth honoring through temples that endure, through alignments that function, through the equinox light that enters still, that strikes still, that proves still that the eternal promise of balance is kept, is real, is worthy of the extraordinary effort that Mnajdra represents, that the builders invested, that 5,000 years preserve, that the equinox rewards, that balance justifies, that equality confirms, that the promise keeps, that continues, that endures. What Mnajdra preserves is not doctrine but dedication, not specific beliefs that can be recovered and analyzed, not particular theologies that can be reconstructed and debated, not individual prayers that can be translated and repeated, but something deeper, something that transcends the specifics of what was believed to express the universal impulse behind all belief, the evidence that people believed strongly enough to move stones weighing tons, to position them with astronomical precision that still astounds, to create architecture that required generations to complete, that demanded knowledge accumulated across lifetimes, that testified to faith in patterns, in purposes, in the importance of marking celestial events through permanent monuments that would continue functioning when all memory of why they mattered had dissolved into silence, when all understanding of what they meant had been lost, when all the songs that celebrated them had been silenced, when all the prayers that honored them had been forgotten, when everything that made them meaningful had vanished except the stones themselves, the alignments themselves, the undeniable fact that someone built this, built it carefully, built it to last, built it to mark what mattered enough to justify the extraordinary investment of resources, of labor, of sustained communal commitment that Mnajdra represents. The temple testifies that humans 5,000 years ago were driven by the same impulses that drive us still. We're motivated by the same needs that motivate us still. We're seeking the same assurances we seek still, the need to understand, the compulsion to mark what matters, the determination to create meaning from observation, to find purposes in patterns, to believe that consciousness is more than accident, that existence includes dimensions beyond the purely material, that the cosmos is not indifferent chaos, but is ordered, is knowable, is worthy of the extraordinary efforts that temple building requires, that astronomical observation demands, that the creation of permanent monuments to temporary insights necessitates. But we do not know what they believed, cannot recover the specific content of their faith, cannot resurrect the particular stories they told to explain why the sun moved as it moved, why the stars appeared where they appeared, why the patterns that governed existence took the forms they took. The myths are lost. The prayers are silenced. The songs that celebrated the equinox light entering the temple, that honored the solstice sun illuminating the altar, that marked the stellar alignments visible through carefully positioned apertures, all lost, all forgotten, all dissolved into the silence that claims most human utterances eventually, inevitably, absolutely. What remains is stone. What endures is alignment. What persists is the temple itself, not as container for beliefs we can recover, but as testimony to the impulse that created it, as evidence that the need to mark cosmic patterns is fundamental to human consciousness, as proof that we have always looked at the sky and wondered, have always noted patterns and marked them, have always built permanence to preserve what memory alone could not protect, what oral tradition alone could not guarantee would survive across the generations, across the centuries, across the vast spans of time that separate the builders from us who stand before their achievement asking what it means, what it teaches, what it preserves beyond the obvious astronomical alignments, beyond the measurable precision, beyond the simple fact that it exists, that it functions, that it continues marking what it was built to mark even when we can no longer say with certainty why marking it mattered, what purposes it served, what beliefs it embodied, what hopes it expressed, what fears it addressed. The specific religion that motivated Mnajdra's construction is lost. No texts survive, they had no writing. No myths preserve the stories oral traditions ended. No scriptures record the prayers, they possessed no sacred books. Nothing remains of the intellectual content, of the theological frameworks, of the specific beliefs that made this temple meaningful to its builders and users. Nothing except the stones themselves. Nothing except the alignments. Nothing except the testimony that architecture preserves, that positioning demonstrates, that precision proves the testimony that they understood, that they calculated, that they built with obvious intention, with clear purpose, with determination that what they were creating would matter, would endure, would continue teaching even when the teachers were forgotten, even when the songs were silenced, even when the memory that lived in minds had died with those minds, had ended with the last generation that maintained the tradition, that knew the prayers, that understood fully what the temple meant, what it was for, why it mattered enough to build it, to maintain it, to use it across the centuries when it was alive, when ceremonies filled it, when the astronomical observations were not mere academic exercises, but were sacred duties that connected earth to heaven, human to divine, observation to worship in unified practice that we must now reconstruct from fragments, from hints, from the stones that preserve what they can preserve but cannot preserve everything, cannot restore the songs, cannot resurrect the prayers, cannot make us understand through the builder's categories rather than through our own. But the impulse survives in the stones themselves, survives in the alignments that still function, survives in the chambers that still embrace, survives in the presence that the temple maintains despite abandonment, despite millennia of silence, despite the complete disappearance of the culture that built it, the language that named it, the beliefs that made it sacred. The impulse to understand, to mark, to create permanence that survives visible, tangible, undeniable in the architecture that embodies it, in the precision that demonstrates it, in the stones positioned with such care that 5,000 years have not shifted them, have not disrupted the alignments, have not prevented the temple from continuing to function exactly as designed. Memory lives in stone when songs are silenced, lives in the permanent record that architecture creates, lives in the knowledge encoded in megalith positions that continue marking what they were positioned to mark regardless of whether anyone remembers why those positions matter, why those markings are significant, why the effort to achieve such precision was worthwhile. Lives in the testimony that human observation and determination and faith in cosmic order can create monuments that outlast belief, that preserve pattern recognition when pattern meanings are lost, that continue teaching even when we can no longer say with certainty what they were meant to teach beyond the obvious astronomical alignments, beyond the undeniable precision, beyond the simple fact that someone cared enough to build this, to build it carefully, to build it to last, to build it to mark what they deemed worth marking in forms that would survive when all other forms of memory failed, when language died, when beliefs changed, when gods were forgotten, but stones remained positioned, remained aligned, remained teaching through their presence what their builders knew through calculation, through observation, through the patient accumulation of astronomical data across generations, through the faith that cosmic patterns mattered enough to encode in architecture that would continue marking them, continue witnessing them, continue preserving the possibility that understanding exists, that knowledge accumulates, that human consciousness can comprehend cosmos well enough to predict its movements, to build instruments from stone that capture light at precise moments, to create temples that demonstrate through achievement what belief alone could never prove, that we are capable of extraordinary things when we commit ourselves to purposes larger than individual survival, when we invest our efforts in creating permanence, when we honor mystery through the dedication that Mnajdra embodies, that its stones preserve, that its silence teaches. The silence is not empty, is not mere absence of sound, not simple lack of ceremony, not just the quiet that comes when worship ends, when traditions cease, when the last prayers are spoken and no new prayers replace them. The silence is full of the accumulated absence of all that was sung here, all that was chanted here, all that was spoken here across the centuries when the temple was alive, when it functioned not just as astronomical instrument, but as sacred space where communities gathered, where ceremonies occurred, where the relationship between human and cosmic was maintained through rituals whose specific forms we cannot recover, but whose existence the temple's elaboration suggests, whose importance the architectural precision proves, whose necessity the communal investment demonstrates. The silence holds what words cannot hold, preserves what songs cannot preserve, Teaches what prayers cannot teach, teaches through presence rather than through proposition, through stone rather than through story, through alignment rather than through argument. Teaches that what matters most may be not the specific content of beliefs, but the impulse that creates them, not the particular forms of worship, but the dedication that sustains them, not the individual prayers, but the communal commitment that builds temples to house them, that creates permanence to preserve them, that invests extraordinary effort in marking what matters especially when what matters cannot be fully explained, cannot be completely justified, cannot be proven necessary except through the simple fact that consciousness insists it is necessary, that awareness demands it, that being human requires marking what exceeds us, honoring what we cannot master, creating thresholds toward what we cannot comprehend but can nonetheless approach, can nonetheless witness, can nonetheless mark through temples that say what words cannot say, that we were here, that we watched, that we understood enough to know we would never understand completely. That mystery deserves reverence precisely because it exceeds explanation. That cosmos invites observation without promising comprehension. That patterns can be marked without being mastered. That temples can preserve knowledge even when the knowledge they preserve is incomplete, is fragmentary, is the memory that lives in stone when songs are silenced, when prayers end, when everything that gave the temple meaning to its builders has vanished except the temple itself, except the stones themselves, except the alignments that continue functioning, the chambers that continue embracing, the presence that continues offering itself to anyone willing to cross the threshold, to enter the curved spaces, to stand where ancient worshippers stood, and to feel what 5,000 years of silence and wondering have not diminished, have not explained, have only concentrated into presence so dense it seems almost tangible, almost visible, almost capable of being named, except that naming would diminish it, would reduce mystery to concept, when what the temple offers is not concept, but encounter, not explanation but experience, not knowledge about but knowledge of the direct unmediated knowing that comes from standing in sacred space and feeling what cannot be felt anywhere else. What these particular stones in these particular positions create through their arrangement, through their alignment, through the simple fact of their endurance across time that has claimed everything else, that has silenced the songs, that has ended the prayers, that has dissolved the beliefs but has not dissolved the stones, has not shifted the alignments, has not prevented the temple from continuing to preserve what it was built to preserve, not specific doctrines, but the universal impulse, not particular prayers, but the fundamental dedication, not individual songs, but the collective memory that lives in stone when songs are silenced, that endures in architecture when traditions end, that persists in alignment when understanding fails, that continues in presence when everything else passes, when memory fades, when the last person who knew the prayers has died and the prayers die with them, when the last singer who knew the songs has fallen silent and the songs fall silent forever, when everything that made the temple meaningful in its time has ended but the temple has not ended, has continued standing, has continued marking, has continued preserving what it can preserve, not the content but the impulse, not the specifics but the universals, not what was believed but that believing mattered, that marking mattered, that building temples to honor cosmic patterns was somehow essential, somehow necessary, somehow the right response to consciousness encountering cosmos, to awareness noting patterns, to human minds comprehending enough of cosmic order to mark it, to preserve it, to build permanence from observation and stone, and the faith that what we mark matters, what we preserve endures, what we build to honor mystery continues honoring it long after we are gone, long after our songs are silenced, long after our prayers have ended, long after everything personal has vanished except the impersonal testimony of stones standing patient, aligned, positioned by hands that are dust, but positioned so carefully that 5,000 years have not shifted them, so precisely that the alignments still function, so permanently that the temple still teaches what it was built to teach, that memory lives in stone when songs are silenced, that presence persists when prayers end, that temples preserve what traditions cannot protect, that architecture remembers what consciousness forgets, that stone holds what silence teaches, that Mnajdra endures offering what it always offered, not answers but questions, not certainties but mysteries, not explanations, but the simple, profound invitation to stand in presence of what exceeds us, to honor what we cannot master, to mark what matters through temples that will outlast us, through stones that will remember when we have forgotten, through alignments that will function when we are gone, through the memory that lives in stone, that endures in architecture, that persists in presence, that teaches in silence, that offers itself still to all who come seeking not songs the songs are silenced, but the memory the songs preserved, the dedication the prayers embodied, the faith the temple represents, the possibility that what we build to honor mystery continues honoring it, continues preserving it, continues teaching it long after we are gone, long after our voices are silent, long after everything we said has been forgotten except what the stones remember, what the temple preserves, what the alignment teaches, what endures when everything else passes, when songs are silenced but memory lives in stone, lives in the temple that stands, that functions, that preserves, that teaches, that offers, that endures. Below the temple, visible from the cliff edge where the ancient builders must have stood when they chose this location. When they decided this headland overlooking the Mediterranean's endless blue would be the place where sacred architecture would rise, where megaliths would be positioned to capture celestial light, where curved chambers would embrace worshippers in spaces that felt womb-like, protective, connected to both earth and sky below the temple. The sea continues its eternal work of meeting stone, of wearing away the island's limestone cliffs grain by grain, of demonstrating through patient erosion that even the most solid-seeming things eventually return to the elements from which they came. That permanence is always relative, always temporary when considered on scales large enough, that what seems eternal temples, civilizations, the very continents themselves will eventually dissolve, will eventually be claimed by the sea that preceded them and will outlast them, that witnessed their emergence from its depths and will witness their return, that was here before Mnajdra and will be here after, that knows in its waters what human memory cannot hold, what stone cannot preserve, what 5,000 years of accumulated silence cannot protect from the forgetting that claims all things eventually, inevitably, absolutely. It is said that the sea was here before the temple, was here before humans arrived on Malta, before boats crossed the channel from Sicily bringing the first settlers, before language named these waters or consciousness claimed this island as home, as territory, as place worth defending, worth building upon, worth transforming from wilderness into civilization, from natural landscape into cultural landscape, from random geological formation into intentional human environment, where temples rise and fields are cultivated, and communities organize themselves according to purposes, according to patterns, according to the meanings that consciousness creates, that awareness projects onto existence that offers no inherent meanings, no given purposes, no obvious reasons why anything should be marked as sacred, why any place should be designated as temple site, why any effort should be invested in moving megaliths to mark celestial patterns that continue whether we mark them or not, that persist whether we honor them or ignore them, that exist independent of human observation, yet somehow become more meaningful when consciousness witnesses them, when awareness marks them, when temples are built to capture them, to preserve them, to make visible what would otherwise remain invisible, the patterns that govern existence, the rhythms that structure time. The cosmic order that Mnajdra marks and the sea witnesses, has witnessed, will continue witnessing long after the temple has dissolved, has returned to the limestone from which it came, has rejoined the geological cycle that the sea governs, that ocean controls through its patient work of erosion, through its relentless wearing away of coastal cliffs, through its demonstration that nothing built on land will last forever, that everything above the waves will eventually return to them, that the sea claims all things in the end, claims them without malice, without intention, claims them simply through being what it is, doing what it does, continuing the work it has always done, the work of meeting stone, of dissolving solidity, of transforming the apparently permanent into the obviously temporary when viewed from perspectives long enough, when considered on scales vast enough, when understood through the patient wisdom that the sea embodies, that ocean teaches, that waves demonstrate through their endless breaking against cliffs that will eventually yield, that must eventually yield, that have already yielded grain by grain, though the yielding is invisible to eyes that watch for minutes or hours or even lifetimes, rather than for the geological spans that seawork requires, that ocean erosion operates across, that the Mediterranean has available because it will be here, will continue being here, will continue doing its patient work long after Mnajdra has crumbled, long after the last stone has fallen, long after the temple exists only in records that document what once stood here, what humans once built here, what consciousness once marked here before the sea reclaimed it, before the waves wore it away, before the coast retreated, and the temple that once stood on headland stood in the surf, and then stood beneath the waves, and then dissolved entirely, returning limestone to solution, returning megalith to sediment, returning temple to the geological processes from which it temporarily emerged, to which it will inevitably return, to which everything returns when sea claims it, when ocean takes it, when the patient work of erosion finally succeeds in transforming the apparently permanent into the obviously temporary, in making visible what should always have been visible, that nothing lasts forever, that permanence is illusion, that even temples built to endure will eventually dissolve, will eventually be claimed by the sea that witnessed their construction and will witness their dissolution. That was here before and will be here after. That knows what human memory cannot hold, knows through its waters, knows through its patient presence, knows through its continuation across spans that dwarf human time, that make civilizations seem brief, that make even 5,000 years seem momentary when ocean has been ocean for hundreds of millions of years. When the Mediterranean has been Mediterranean for millions of years, when the processes that create seas and wear away coasts have been operating since water existed, since stone emerged from molten earth, since the planet began its long, slow evolution from barren rock to life-supporting sphere to the world we know, the world we build upon, the world we mark with temples that the sea witnesses, has witnessed, will continue witnessing until the temples are gone, until the stones are dissolved, until everything human has returned to the elements from which it briefly emerged. The sea was here when the first builders arrived. When they surveyed the island seeking the perfect location for their temple, seeking the spot where earth met water, where solid met liquid, where the boundary between elements seemed to embody the larger boundary they wished to honor, the threshold between human and divine, between ordinary and sacred, between the visible world and the invisible powers they believed governed it, that controlled patterns, that determined whether existence would continue or would end, whether patterns would persist or would fail, whether the cosmos would maintain its order or would dissolve into chaos. They chose this cliff, this headland, this place where the temple could overlook the eternal conversation between stone and water, where worshippers could hear the waves breaking while they prayed, where the smell of salt air would mix with incense smoke, creating sensory environment that enhanced ceremony, that made ritual more powerful, that created total experience engaging all senses, sight of astronomical alignments, sound of waves and perhaps of singing stones, smell of sea and offerings, touch of weathered limestone, even taste of salt air on tongues as prayers were spoken, as chants were sung, as the entire body participated in worship that was not merely intellectual exercise but was embodied practice, was engagement of whole person, whole community, whole sensory awareness in marking what mattered, in honoring what deserved honoring, in creating connection between earth and cosmos, between human and divine, between the temple on the cliff and the sea below that witnessed, that listened, that continued its patient work regardless of what happened above, regardless of whether temples were built or abandoned, whether ceremonies continued or ceased, whether humans marked patterns or ignored them. The sea continued, continues still, will continue always doing what it does, being what it is, demonstrating through its presence what human presence cannot demonstrate: true permanence, true endurance, true continuation across spans that make all human endeavors seem temporary. All human monuments seem fragile. All human certainties seem provisional. Whispers tell us that the sea's sound was part of the temple's acoustic design, that the chambers were positioned not just to frame stars and capture sunlight, but also to channel the sound of waves, to make the eternal rhythm of water meeting stone audible even in the inner sanctuary, even in the curved spaces where the altar stood, where offerings were made, where the boundary between worlds seemed thinnest, where worshippers felt closest to whatever powers they believed governed existence. The constant background of waves breaking created drone, created steady sound that other sounds chanting, prayers, the oracle's voice if oracle there was, The ringing of struck stones would rise from and return to, created auditory reminder that human ceremony occurred within larger context, within cosmic rhythms that preceded ritual and would continue after ritual ceased, within patterns that included human observation but were not limited to it, were not dependent on it, were not primarily about human concerns, but about the fundamental processes that govern existence, that create worlds, that make consciousness possible, but continue regardless of whether consciousness exists, regardless of whether anyone witnesses, regardless of whether temples mark patterns or seas continue their patient work unobserved, unacknowledged, unmapped, unmarked but continuing, persisting, enduring across all that changes, all that rises and falls, all that comes and goes while the sea remains, witnesses, continues. The sea witnessed everything. Witnessed the temple's construction, the gradual raising of megaliths, the slow work of positioning stones with astronomical precision, the ceremonies that marked each stage of building, the offerings made to ensure success, the prayers spoken to secure divine favor, the entire process of creating permanence from vision and stone and communal effort that the sea witnessed from below, from the eternal perspective of waters that had seen coastlines rise and fall, had seen islands emerge and submerge, had seen geological processes that made human construction seem momentary, seem fragile, seem temporary despite all efforts to create permanence, despite all determination to build for eternity, despite all faith that stone would endure, that temples would last, that what was built would continue marking what it was built to mark across not just centuries, but millennia, across not just lifetimes, but geological spans that approached the sea's own duration, that attempted to match ocean's endurance through architecture, through precision, through the care that made Mnajdra capable of surviving 5,000 years when so much else has vanished, has dissolved, has returned to the elements from which it came while the temple stood, while the stones remained positioned, while the alignments continued functioning and the sea continued witnessing, continued being present, continued demonstrating that true permanence belongs not to what humans build, but to what nature creates the seas, the mountains, the processes that operate across geological time, that preceded civilization and will outlast it, that know in their being what human knowing cannot grasp the truth that everything changes, that nothing built will last forever, that the sea that witnessed construction will witness dissolution, that the waters that saw the temple rise will see it fall, will see it return to the limestone from which it came, will receive it back into the endless cycle of rock emerging from sea, eroding, dissolving, returning to sea, settling, solidifying, emerging again in rhythms so slow that human lifetimes cannot detect them, that human observations cannot measure them, that only geological time reveals, that only the sea knows, that only ocean preserves in its waters, in its depths, in its patient continuation across spans that make millennia seem brief, that make 5,000 years of template standing seem momentary, that make all human duration seem fleeting when measured against the ocean's age, the sea's endurance, the water's continuation. The sea witnessed the temple in use, witnessed the processions that climbed the hill at solstice dawn, that gathered in the chambers as light entered, that stood before the altar as sunbeam illuminated stone, that performed rituals whose exact nature the sea cannot tell us because the sea does not speak in words, does not remember in narratives, does not preserve in stories, but simply continues its eternal work of being, of moving, of demonstrating through presence rather than through testimony that some things endure while others pass. That the fundamental rhythms continue regardless of human activities, that cosmos proceeds according to patterns that include human concerns but are not limited to them, are not subordinate to them, are not primarily about them, but are simply the ways things are, the patterns things follow, the processes that govern existence whether consciousness marks them or not, whether temples honor them or not, whether the sea witnesses them or not, the patterns continue, the processes persist. The cosmos proceeds and the sea witnesses, has witnessed, will continue witnessing until the Mediterranean dries or the continents shift, or the planet itself changes in ways that eliminate seas entirely, that transform Earth into something other than water-bearing world, that make the ocean's current form as temporary as the temple's current form is temporary, as subject to change as everything is subject to change when viewed from perspectives vast enough, when considered across spans long enough, when understood through the wisdom that nothing is truly permanent, that everything is temporary, that the sea which seems eternal will itself eventually change, will eventually end, will eventually be claimed by processes larger than itself, just as it claims the cliffs, just as it will claim the temple, just as it claims all things in the end, claims them not through malice but through persistence, not through intention but through continuation, not through will but through being what it is, doing what it does, continuing the patient work that wears away stone, that dissolves limestone, that transforms the apparently solid into the obviously temporary, that makes visible what should always have been visible, that change is the only constant, that everything passes, that even the sea that seems eternal will eventually change, will eventually be different, will eventually end, though that ending lies so far in future that human minds cannot grasp it, cannot imagine it, cannot hold it as real possibility when standing at cliff edge watching waves that seem as eternal as anything can seem, watching ocean that appears as permanent as existence itself, watching Mediterranean that witnessed when memory failed, that continues witnessing now, that will witness still when we are gone, when temples have fallen, when everything human has dissolved except perhaps the memory the sea holds, the knowledge the water preserves, the witness the ocean maintains across all that passes, all that changes, all that rises from the waves and returns to them, all that emerges briefly into air and light before dissolving back into depths that claim all things eventually, that receive all things finally, that preserve in waters what stone cannot preserve, what memory cannot hold, what consciousness cannot maintain the eternal witness, the patient presence, the sea that was here before and will be here after, that watched when memory failed, that continues watching now, that will watch still when watching is all that remains, when witness is all that continues, when the sea alone remembers what happened here, what was built here, what stood here before the waves claimed it, before the ocean took it, before the Mediterranean received it back into the eternal cycle, back into the patient work, back into the sea that witnessed when memory failed, that witnesses still, that will witness always until witnessing itself ends, until the sea itself changes, until everything that seems permanent proves temporary, until all that we marked as eternal reveals itself as momentary, until the only truth that remains is the truth the sea teaches that we pass, that temples fall, that even stones dissolve, that nothing lasts except the patient work of change, except the eternal process of transformation, except the sea that witnesses, that continues, that endures not through permanence but through persistence, not through unchanging duration, but through continuation that accommodates change, that includes transformation, that makes room for all that comes and goes while the sea remains witnessing, remains continuing, remains being what it always was, what it always will be until it too changes, until it too passes, until the witness itself is witnessed by something larger, something older, something that preceded even the seas and will outlast them, something that the ocean knows, that the water holds, that the Mediterranean preserves in its depths the knowledge that everything changes, that nothing lasts forever, that the sea which witnessed when memory failed will itself eventually fail, will itself eventually change, will itself eventually end, but not yet, not now, not while the temple stands and the waves break and the eternal conversation between stone and water continues still, will continue witnessing what we build, what we mark, what we create in our brief time above the waves before returning to them, before dissolving into them, before being claimed by the sea that witnessed when memory failed, that witnesses still, that remembers in its waters what consciousness forgets. What stone cannot hold? What endures when everything else passes the simple fact that we were here, that we built, that we marked, that we stood at cliff edge watching the sea, hearing the waves, feeling the salt air, knowing somehow that the sea knows more than we know, witnesses more than we witness, continues when we cease, preserves when we dissolve, remembers when we forget, holds in its depths what we cannot hold, teaches through its presence what we cannot learn any other way, that we are temporary, that temples are fragile, that even limestone yields to patient work of water, that the sea witnessed when memory failed and continues witnessing now, and will witness still when all memory has failed, when all temples have fallen, when everything human has dissolved except the witness, except the ocean, except the sea that continues, that endures, that remembers in its way what we remember in ours, that we were here, that we tried to build permanence, that we failed but beautifully, that we marked what mattered, that we honored mystery, that we stood at cliff edge between earth and sea, between solid and liquid, between temple and ocean, between what we built and what will eventually claim it, between the permanence we attempted and the change that claims all things, between the memory we tried to preserve and the forgetting that the sea witnesses, has witnessed, will continue witnessing until witnessing itself ends, until the sea itself changes, until everything that seems eternal proves temporary, and only the transformation continues, only the change persists, only the eternal work of rising and falling, building and dissolving, emerging and returning continues in the sea, continues in the waves, continues in the witness that fails when memory fails but somehow persists, somehow endures, somehow preserves what consciousness cannot preserve, what stone cannot hold, what only the sea knows, what only the ocean remembers, what only the Mediterranean can witness across spans that dwarf all human duration, all temple endurance, all the permanence we attempted to create before the sea claims it, before the waves dissolve it, before the ocean receives it back, before everything returns to the witness, to the depths, to the sea that was here before, that is here now, that will be here after, witnessing always, continuing always, being what it always was, the sea, the ocean, the eternal witness that saw when memory failed, that sees still, that will see always until seeing itself ends, until witnessing itself fails, until the sea itself changes and some larger witness receives even the ocean, even the waters, even the eternal into its own depths, its own duration, its own witness that the sea perhaps knows, perhaps senses, perhaps understands in ways that consciousness cannot, in wisdom that only water holds, in knowledge that only the depths preserve, that everything passes, that nothing lasts, that the sea which seems eternal will itself eventually change, but not yet, not now, not while waves break, not while temples stand, not while the eternal conversation continues between stone that dissolves and water that receives, between what we build and what claims it, between memory and forgetting, between the temple on the cliff and the sea below that witnessed when memory failed, that witnesses still, that will witness always, eternally, finally the sea, the ocean, the witness that endures. At Mnajdra's entrance, stand at the boundary between ordinary landscape and sacred architecture, between random ground and intentionally organized space, between the world where stones are merely stones and the world where stones are instruments, are calendars, are thresholds between earth and cosmos, between human time and astronomical time, between the brief span of individual life and the vast cycles that govern planetary movements, stellar positions. The slow procession that changes everything while changing nothing. That makes the night sky different for us than it was for the builders, yet makes the geometric relationships between earth and sun fundamentally unchanged. Makes the equinox still mark balance, makes the solstice still mark turning, makes the astronomical patterns that Mnajdra tracks still valid, still accurate, still worthy of marking even when we mark them differently. Understand them through different frameworks. Approach them with instruments rather than through naked-eye observation, with science rather than through religion, or perhaps with both. Perhaps the division between science and sacred is false boundary. Perhaps the builders would recognize in our astronomy the same impulse that drove their temple construction, the same need to understand, the same determination to mark what matters, the same faith that cosmic patterns are knowable, are worthy of the effort required to know them. Cross this threshold, and you enter space where starlight becomes stone, becomes prayer, where observation of celestial events transforms into architecture, where knowledge of astronomical patterns becomes religious devotion or scientific dedication, or some amalgamation we lack words to name, because we separate what they unified, divide what they understood as whole, fragment what they experienced as integrated relationship between sky and stone, between cosmos and consciousness, between the patterns that govern existence and the awareness capable of recognizing patterns, of marking them, of building temples that testify across millennia that we are not mere accidents, but are participants, however briefly, in cosmic order that preceded us and will continue after. That includes us without depending on us. That makes our observation possible without requiring it. That continues whether we watch or not, yet somehow becomes more complete when consciousness arises, when awareness notices, when understanding develops enough to build Mnajdra, to position its stones, to create permanence from starlight observation and limestone, and the determination that what we know deserves preserving in forms that outlast knowing, that survive when knowledge itself is lost, that continue teaching when all the teachers are forgotten. The threshold is not merely physical barrier to cross, not simply architectural feature that separates inside from outside, enclosed from open, temple from landscape. The threshold is transformation point, is place where consciousness shifts, where awareness changes, where the ordinary world gives way to something different, something that feels set apart not because it contains different substances, but because it contains different meanings, different purposes, different relationships to what matters, to what deserves attention, to what commands reverence. Crossing the threshold is crossing into possibility, the possibility that existence means more than survival, that consciousness seeks more than pleasure, that we are part of something larger than ourselves, something that the temple marks, that the stones preserve, that the alignments demonstrate, that the astronomical precision proves through its achievement, through its endurance, through the simple, undeniable fact that 5,000 years ago someone understood enough to calculate where stones should be positioned, understood enough to predict where sun would rise on particular dates, understood enough to encode that knowledge in architecture that still functions, that still marks, that still teaches what it was built to teach, that patterns exist, that understanding is possible, that cosmic order can be known well enough to mark it, to honor it, to create permanence from observation and faith, and the determination to build something that would outlast everything else. That would continue witnessing when all other witnesses were gone, when all other records had dissolved, when memory had failed but stone remained, but threshold endured, but the possibility persisted that crossing from ordinary into sacred creates transformation, creates change in awareness, creates shift in consciousness that makes what happens beyond the threshold different from what happens before it. That makes the temple experience distinct from ordinary experience. That makes standing in these chambers feel different from standing anywhere else, however much. We insist the difference is merely psychological, merely subjective, merely the result of our projections rather than something inherent in the space itself, in the stones themselves, in the threshold that marks the crossing. But perhaps the difference doesn't matter. Perhaps whether the sacredness exists objectively in the space or subjectively in consciousness is false distinction, is artificial division of what is actually unified, the relationship between consciousness and environment, between awareness and architecture, between what we bring to space and what space offers to us, between our projection and its invitation, between the meanings we create and the meanings we discover, between all the dualities that threshold thinking generates. That boundary remarking produces, that sacred-profane distinction requires, but that crossing the threshold dissolves, that entering the temple transforms, that standing in the chambers makes less important than the simple fact of presence, the simple reality of being here, the simple experience of witnessing what the threshold marks, what the crossing creates. What the temple preserves the possibility that starlight becomes stone, becomes prayer through the alchemy that consciousness performs when it encounters mystery, when it approaches the inexplicable, when it stands before patterns it can measure but cannot create, can predict but cannot control, can comprehend but cannot master, can only witness, can only honor, can only mark through temples that say what words cannot say, that we were here, that we watched, that we understood enough to know we would never understand completely, that the mystery deserves reverence precisely because it exceeds explanation, that the cosmos invites observation without promising comprehension, that starlight falls on stone, whether we build temples or not, but building temples somehow matters, somehow participates in meaning-making that makes existence more than mere mechanism, that makes consciousness more than mere accident, that makes the threshold between ordinary and sacred worth marking, worth crossing, worth maintaining across 5,000 years of belief and abandonment and rediscovery. The threshold teaches by being threshold. It teaches not through doctrine, but through the experience of crossing, through the shift that occurs when you step from outside to inside, from ordinary ground to sacred space, from the world where explanation suffices to the world where mystery prevails, from the perspective where stones are merely building materials to the perspective where stones are instruments, are markers, are thresholds themselves between what we can measure and what we can only witness, between what we can explain and what we can only honor, between the knowledge that astronomy provides and the wisdom that temples preserve, the wisdom that understanding cosmos intellectually is not enough, that marking patterns scientifically is insufficient, that something more is needed, something that the sacred provides, something that temples create, something that thresholds mark the possibility of transformation, the invitation to shift, the opening toward different way of being in the world, different relationship with cosmos, different understanding of what it means to be conscious creature, briefly witnessing the vast patterns that govern existence, briefly standing at thresholds between known and unknown, briefly crossing from certainty into mystery, briefly entering spaces where starlight becomes stone, becomes prayer, becomes whatever we become when we cross the threshold with openness, with reverence, with willingness to be changed by crossing, to be transformed by entering. to be affected by standing in space that 5,000 years of accumulated mystery and prayer and observation have sanctified, have set apart, have made into something more than mere collection of positioned stones, have transformed into temple, into threshold, into place where crossing matters, where entering changes us, where standing in the chambers creates experiences that feel significant even when we cannot say why, that affect consciousness even when we cannot explain how, that make the threshold marking seem not arbitrary but essential, not conventional but real, not merely human construction but genuine boundary between different modes of being, different qualities of awareness, different relationships with mystery that thresholds mark, that temples preserve, that crossing creates. Walk through the threshold one final time. Feel the transition, however subtle, however much you attribute it to psychology rather than to anything objective, however much you resist the language of sacred and profane, while nonetheless experiencing the shift that occurs when you step from the ordinary world into the temple's curved embrace, into chambers that have held centuries of wondering, into spaces where silence has depth, where shadows have weight, where even the air seems different, denser perhaps, or more attentive, or simply more conscious of its own presence in ways that ordinary air is not, that spaces unmarked by threshold remain unconscious of, that the crossing makes visible, makes tangible, makes real enough that denying it requires effort, requires insisting that the shift is illusion when experience suggests it is real, requires maintaining skepticism when openness would allow encounter, would permit transformation, would make crossing the threshold into what it was always meant to be, not merely physical movement from one space to another, but metaphysical journey from one state of consciousness to another, from one relationship with mystery to another, from ordinary awareness to sacred attention, from casual observation to reverent witnessing, from taking for granted to paying attention, from the mode of being that treats existence as mere mechanism to the mode of being that approaches existence as mystery deserving honor, as cosmos inviting reverence, as patterns worthy of marking through thresholds that say without words what words cannot say, that some spaces are different, some places are set apart, some boundaries are worth marking because crossing them transforms us, changes how we see, shifts how we understand, makes possible experiences that ordinary consciousness cannot access. That threshold crossing creates, that sacred space facilitates, that temples preserve.